then there we are. Hey, Lisa, nice to see you.
Getting ready to do this here.
Mm.
All right.
Lisa, where are you logging in from?
I'm in Gilbert, Arizona.
Oh, nice. It's interesting.
Yeah.
I recognize so many names from Arizona, but I always have to ask.
Yeah, no, it's good. This is my first time attending one of your sessions, so I'm excited.
Welcome.
Man, I used to go to Arizona just about every summer. Gilbert, actually. I got relatives there.
I wouldn't say this year is that nice. It's so hot we have saguaros falling over literally in front yards because of the heat. But a couple more months and then we're the perfect place to live.
Yeah. And I used to go
It's
to
not
Gilbert.
healthy.
It used to be small, but now it's like mixed with Mesa. You can't even tell anymore.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, I'm gonna get me a notepad so I can take some notes here.
Okay, guys, we're about, how far are we? We're about 3 minutes away from starting, so I'm going to ask them to unmute the room so we can hear what's going on there. Really quickly, my name is Shayna. I am Kristen's partner in Growthward Consulting. We operate a training and coaching company across all brands and across the industry in mortgage and real estate. And I'm going to be running the virtual part of the room. So I'll be online with you guys the whole time. If you have any questions in the chat room, Tegan, our director of events, is also going to be dropping links in the chat room so that you guys have access to anything that you need. And then during breaks, I'll stay on. You guys are welcome to stay with me and ask me any questions, and I'll let you know again. But tomorrow morning, I'll be on 15 minutes early. So if you guys have any questions after the homework that Kristen leaves us with tonight, or want to chat through something, I'll be on 15 minutes early tomorrow morning and we can do that. Otherwise, chat with us, let us know anything that you need. And we're excited to have you with us and teach this new material. Tegan, if you're there, if you want to unmute us whenever you guys are ready, we're ready. And real quick, while we're waiting, if you guys can put in the chat box where you're from, what your role in the team is, and then specifically what you're hoping to get from the class today and tomorrow. Here we go. Lots of people on.
You want to cut the music, Tegan? Cut the music. Okay, we're going to get started. If everybody would find their seat or pick whatever seat you want. So the good thing is we are doing this. This is the first live career visioning since before COVID. You can believe that. We have, I think, 70 people on Zoom also from kind of all over the US and Canada. Shayna, who is my business partner in GrowthWord Consulting, is going to man the Zoom and all the folks in the Zoom. So if you're on Zoom today, Shayna's going to be there to facilitate for you, to help you with the breakouts, also, help you with any questions you have. You can type them in the chat box for her. And then all of you, I'm going to try to remember, Shayna, that you are on Zoom and I shouldn't get too far from the camera and mess anybody up. So before we get started, a couple of questions, because I know we've got folks from all over Arizona. So who's from Market Center 495 Tucson? Awesome. So we got Angie, awesome. Got the Stratton group. Okay. Who's from Market Center 223 over in Goodyear? Marshall, Lori, you guys. Okay. Who's from 280 right here in Scottsdale? Okay. Awesome. David's in the house. Shocker. And then who's from Brett Tanner's group? Wow. You guys got a big group here. So I better bring it or Brett's going to light me up. Anybody from Ben Kenny's group here today? Well, Ben, I was chatting with him on the way to the office today, and he is going to make you guys a great opportunity. How many of you ever been to his Built How event? A few of you. Last year, was it last year, Joe, that Michael Phelps spoke, or was it? Yeah, there were so many good speakers last year. Anyway, it's September 2nd, 12th, 13th, and 14th downtown in the convention center. And he's going to get Tegan a link before today or tomorrow before we leave that will give you 50% off if you want to go to that. It was really awesome last year. So just FYI, we'll get you that link. Tegan will get it out to you and get it out to everybody in the Zoom world as well if you want to come and participate. So I am super excited about this content. Tegan just got it printed out for me about a week ago, because that's how live in terms of getting it updated. They spent a lot of time completely revising the career visioning information. So like most of us on a Sunday evening, I kind of pulled it out thinking, oh, there's probably a few minor changes. I might want to take a look at it. Oh my gosh, it's completely different. So I'm so glad I got it out early. But it's so much more logical, sequential. So I think you'll find the content much easier to follow, and also a lot more thought-provoking in terms of asking you the questions about, are you really ready to make a hire? Why do you need to make a hire? Is it because you're a hot mess? Or is it because you're in your 20% and you need somebody to take stuff off your plate? And then it really talks about lead generating for people who you should be, potentially considering as candidates. And it's done in just a very different way. We didn't have that in the last manual at all. Also, how many of you remember the old Recruit Select? It was dating you a few years, right? Do you remember during Recruit Select where they had a good hire versus a bad hire and the cost of a bad hire? Well, they brought all that back, and I'm glad they did, because I don't think people realize how much the cost of a bad hire really is at the end of the day. So that's been brought back. I think they also have simplified the explanation of the major personality traits, the modifiers, and then the thinking traits. How many of you get confused beyond just the 4, which is the DISC? How many of you get confused with the modifiers and then how they impact the major personality traits, and then how the thinking traits affect those? Anybody? You guys all understand it?
Oh, I definitely get
Okay, good. And I've got some great examples because, for instance, my husband, who's a bold coach, he and I have almost, like, if you looked at our major behaviors, we look identical. But yet when problems come up, we tend to handle them very differently outwardly. And that's because of the modifiers. So we're going to talk about those and why you can almost have very similar major behavioral styles. And yet at the same time, when problems come up, the outward and visible signs can look very different, even though you might both have high intensity. So does that make sense? Like, you could be highly aggressive, have high intensity, but how it shows up on the outside can look completely different. My husband's cool as a cucumber, and I go from 0 to 100 in a nanosecond. But we're both highly intense and we're both highly aggressive. So understanding those modifiers are important. and we'll get into that this afternoon, because it's going to help you understand how someone's going to react or behave when something shows up. David, for instance, David Morris, who's the team leader here at 280, he's cool as a cucumber, and I go from 0 to 100. So so David's a great intermediary between me and sometimes other people. So just understanding those natural behaviors and how you show up, it's not bad nor good. We are who we are. We can A, learn to soften them a little bit, and B, we also can learn how to interact with other people and who might be the best person to deliver some news, or to, whether it's great news or other news or whatever it is, interacting with buyers and sellers, and just understanding them and be able to mirror and match your clients so that you can actually relate to them at the highest level. Okay, so how many of you have taken career visioning before? A lot of you. Okay, so why are you back here taking it again? Yeah, Andrew.
I'm pretty sure Gary said that you can never take it enough times. So yeah, this is one of those kind of like bold where every time you go back,
There you
you
go.
get a new nugget.
We
Oh, sorry.
have to use the catch box so the people
Okay.
on Zoom can hear us. Go ahead.
So it's
Andrew.
one of those things where every time you come to some of these trainings, you realize there's one new nugget that you needed. You're in a different stage of life, different stage of your career, business is different. And so there's just never something that you won't take away from a training like this one.
True.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Who else had a comment? Yes. Good catch.
I'm just taking it out of our market. We're in Vegas, so I've taken it a bunch there with our market with Terry Brinkus. So want to see a
Okay.
different perspective.
So you're from Terry's office?
Yep.
Awesome. Well, welcome. Glad you guys came. Fabulous. Anyone else while you're taking it? Yeah, Jim.
Yeah, good luck with that one, right?
I actually walked by Jim's office this morning, told his wife Teresa, she goes, "Oh, I saw Tegan." I go, "Yeah, I'm teaching career visioning." And Jim comes in, he goes, "Hey, can I still get in?" Right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, this is perfect. Yeah, I'm just in a different place with my business now than I was the first time I saw this or the last time I saw this. So it's going to be great information. Looking forward to it.
Yeah, I'm super excited about the material because honestly, it just makes so much more sense to me. I'm a sequential thinker, so it just makes a lot of sense to me. So what are we going to talk about today? Well, today and tomorrow, there's 3 chapters. If you remember in the old career visioning, there was like 6 of them. And they were trying to integrate the personal report and the job fit report. And it's like, when do you use each? And this is going to be so much more intuitive for you. So this morning, we're going to talk about how do you identify and source talent that your business needs to achieve your growth vision. So how do you identify what that talent should look like? Where are you in the org chart? Where is that next hire? What does it look like? And then how do you go find them? And then secondly, using the 4-step career visioning process for alignment of that talent to that role, making sure you're aligning the right person. It's not only the right seat on the right bus, but it's also in alignment with your vision and with your team. And then tomorrow, we'll also talk about how do you engage current and potential team members to build careers worth having. Because once you have a lot of talented people on your team, when you bring a new person on, that can either be highly disruptive or it can really help you go to the next level. So keeping in mind, just because they're a talented person and you've taken them through the process and it looks like they're awesome, if you miss that last part of the group interview and you find out you didn't do that, and now it's a mismatch between you and the organization, that can cause a lot of turmoil. So there's several pieces of it. And I just encourage you, as Gary says, don't cheat. And Gary says he's cheated before and it always cost him something. So as we go through this, I'll tell you any place along the way where I've cheated and it didn't work out, and where I've not cheated and it did. Also in this, for those of you online, if you would, on Zoom, if you would turn your cameras on for Shana so that she can interact with you at a higher level, that would be super beneficial to all of us, or for her. We will take a break after we finish chapter 1, which I've never taught this new version before. So I'm anticipating it's probably going to be around 12:30, somewhere in there. And then we'll end today at 2:30, and then we'll rinse and repeat tomorrow. Any questions about the flow of the day, where the bathrooms are? There's lots of food and snacks back there. Anything at all before we get started? You guys are good? Okay. So how many of you are familiar with the 6 personal perspectives? A lot, half of you. So they used to start all Keller Williams classes and teach the 6 personal perspectives before they taught anything new. And they're kind of bringing that back. But in particular, wait, I guess I need to also figure out this. There we go. So when you think about the 6 personal perspectives, the 2 that we're going to pay a lot of attention to today and tomorrow is number 2, the 80-20 principle. Also number 3, moving from entrepreneurial to purposeful. So who could tell me what the 80-20 rule means? Rob. Pareto principle, and that is, you're gonna have to speak louder or get the catch box. 20% of the people do 80% of the business. Even with the catch box, you might not have understood him. So 80% of the people do 20% of the business, right? Who else can think of another example of the 80-20 rule outside of just, business? I wear 20% of my clothes 80% of the time. Isn't that true? Yeah,
You should spend 80% of your time on 20% on your 20%.
yeah, absolutely. Yes, yes, yes. Yeah, Joe.
80% of the people live in 20% of the cities across the country. 20% of the trees grow to be the tallest in the forest.
Yes, and they block all others out, don't they?
Yeah, so well, the point I'm making is it shows up in nature just as much as it does in when you get humans involved.
So I coach a really big team out of Louisiana, and they have 50 agents, and right now 5 agents are doing 75% of the business. It's like, it's just, it just is. So, who wants to tell me what how they would explain the moving from E to P, from entrepreneurial to purposeful? Entrepreneurial to purposeful. Andrew. Oh, geez.
I got you, Rochelle. Okay, so entrepreneurial to purposeful to me just really means that like your entrepreneurial skill set is typically your more natural skill set. It's what it is more in your nature to be entrepreneurial, for us at least, I would assume, that are in this room, where purposeful means you're going to go a little bit outside, you're going to flex outside of your nature and get clear on the strategic processes that you should be following to get the result, as opposed to maybe leaning on your talent and your natural abilities to get the result.
Which one's easier?
Ooh, in
At
the
least
long run or the
initially-
short run?
initially.
Short run, it's definitely easier to be entrepreneurial because
Right.
it's natural. Right?
Yeah.
Being purposeful typically is going to be more unnatural for us.
Right. It's going to be more unnatural. However, you're never going to get past a certain ceiling if you can't go from entrepreneurial to purposeful. So we're going to talk about that also. And those are really 2 of all the personal perspectives. I think those are the 2 that people struggle with the most. Why do you think people struggle with the 80-20? Just think about how you read your email, what you get up and do, first. Why is it that we struggle with the 80-20? Yes.
The things that the things that you shouldn't be doing or should leverage out are typically the easiest, and we just like to check things off of our to-do list because it feels good, and so a lot of times we get stuck in that.
Yes. So just read the book by Ed Mylett, The Power of One More. Anybody have read that book? And he talks about the fact that it is hard, and you have to be super determined to get up and do the hardest things first, because you know what, everything else can just rot. Either never get done or can go onto somebody else's plate. But we naturally want to get up and do the easy things first because it makes us feel good. So the 80-20, we all understand it up here, and then we start to walk it out, and we don't walk it out very well. So they're going to focus on that in this career visioning process to force us to examine, do we really need to make a new hire, or do we need an overhaul? So I think that's really good for them to bring that out. So making your growth a reality. So in chapter 1, we're going to look at how do you focus on identifying if it's time to really make a hire, and then defining what the hiring needs really are. So in this chapter, we're going to talk about identifying the purpose of the career visioning process in hiring and building relationships. We're going to clarify, is it really time to make a hire, or do you just need an overhaul? And then correlate the benefits of a good hire to your business growth and the cost of a bad hire. And then describe those potential costs of a bad hire and give examples to that. Because sometimes you don't really understand initially how costly that bad hire can be. So what do you guys really want to take away from today based on whether you've taken the class before or not? What's the most important thing you guys want to take away today?
I'll keep
Andrew?
sharing. I don't mind
You just
sharing.
keep sharing, Andrew.
Like, if nobody else.
You'll
can
just
do
be
it.
my go-to.
So I would say, like, for me, I thought about this question before I came here, and I'd really say, for me, it's about process. Again, going back to that idea of entrepreneurial versus purposeful, I think I'm as big a culprit of that as anyone. And so really, I want to anchor in the process of career visioning because I've truly never followed it in the 10 years I've been hearing about it. So,
Okay, that's fair. Thank you for being honest.
Mhm.
Anybody else? Yes, Brian.
For me, this is my 6th time taking CV, and I'm all about mastery right now. I really want to dial in the CV process. So someone told me you're the best, so I flew all the way from Sacramento to be here.
Oh
So
my gosh. Well, thank you for coming, Brian. Are you with Keller Williams or another?
yeah, I'm with Keller Williams, Elk
Who-
Grove,
Oak Grove?
Yeah.
Okay, so who's your OP?
Patrick Woods.
I know Patrick Woods really well.
Yeah, and
Good guy.
I've taken it with him 5
He's
times.
so-so, you
Yeah,
know.
so.
Awesome. Well, I'm glad you're here. So I just want you guys to think about it because, the goal for me, for you guys coming out of today is to see the career visioning process really differently. To see it as like, it's the one thing that can change your life. The hardest hire I ever made in my life was the first one. It was the first one. It was super hard, didn't really understand the process. And I just got super lucky. She's been with me now 24 years. And it was just, shoot, I was super lucky. It wasn't because I knew anything about anything. And I've thought a lot about that, like how fortunate I was, and I remember when we were celebrating like her 15th year, I think it was. And when she came to work for me, she was 18 years old, a single mom. And she, at her 15th, when we celebrated her 15th year anniversary, she said, you basically, not only, she said, you basically have raised me because you've taught me how to think strategically. You've taught me how to critically think. You've basically taken me from a teenager to, how to really think like a leader would think. And so for me, I was super lucky in just the hiring of her because I didn't know what I was doing. But over the years, everything that I've learned has helped me teach her how to be a better leader too. Now she owns her own business as well, owns several multifamily properties, like super proud of her. So that's what it can do for you. It's not only what it does for you, but what it can do for other people by you pouring into them and helping them understand the process as well and understanding who they are, right? So when we talk about personality, we're going to talk more about that and helping people understand their natural gifts so that you can make sure that you're helping them be in the right place on the bus and in the right seat with the right team. Because I'll tell you what, whether it's Cody Gibson or Ben Kenny or pick somebody, there's been times when he has passed along a relationship to me and vice versa, because they are super talented, but maybe they weren't a great fit for that team at the moment. And because everybody's at a different place in their journey. And so sometimes just because you're a great talent doesn't mean you're a great fit for that team right then and there. Sometimes talent comes along before you're ready. You're not ready for that super talented person because you're just at a different place in your journey. Laura, you said something like that yesterday about where we are today versus where we were and what you thought we could take on today that we wouldn't have been able to take on a year ago, right? So just remember, this is all just a process and we don't have to stay where we are. We all get to choose whether or not we change and move forward. Think about you, Jim. What, 2 years ago, year and a half ago, it'll be 2 years in September. You weren't even with this company. You were solo. You and Teresa are basically solo. And now you've got a great team. You guys are crushing it up in Flagstaff and here in Scottsdale. And wouldn't you agree that it's just the information, the learning that you've been around?
Absolutely. The culture, it's the learning, it's kind of a step by step, but you follow the right from.
Well, and also probably because you're an Alaskan like me. That's probably also part of it. Let's be honest. Okay. All right. So leveraging today. So let's think about this. And Gary says it all the time. Nobody succeeds alone. We know that to be true. What I also find how many would you consider yourself super entrepreneurial? Come on, be honest. When you're super entrepreneurial, this doesn't resonate with you for a while because you think you're superhuman and you think you can do it all yourself until the moment that you can't. Everyone will run out of capacity. Some people have a lot more room for capacity than others. And so they think they don't think much about this because they're like, hey, I'm like superhuman. I have all this capacity and I can do way more than anybody else. Everyone runs out of capacity at some point. And it's a whole lot easier. I remember when I first came to Keller Williams, Mary Tennant told me, this is going to be the hardest thing for you to learn. She said, because you have so much capacity in you and you're so capable of what you can get done that until you learn to work with and through other people, you have a limit on where you're going to go. The faster you learn it, the better. And she was right. Because if you think about it, I was pretty much, for 25 years, my world looked like this, but the last 10, it's looked like that. The difference was the people I got into business with and the people I got to work with and through. So let's start by looking at leverage that you already have in your world. Some of you maybe are solo agents, some of you may have teams, but what I want you guys to think about is look at the activity. Let's see, there should be an activity for you guys. Like I said, the first time I've taught this, so page 12. Look at that activity list. I want you guys to look at it and put a check mark it by any statement that's true. So I'm going to give you like 60 seconds. Any statement that is true, I want you to put a check mark by. It's like you pay someone to do these things. Pick up lock boxes, cut your hair, dental exam. So look at that list for 60 seconds and put a check mark by anything that you actually have in your world. You pay someone to do it right now. How many of you have a check mark by at least one of those boxes? Looks like pretty much everyone. Okay, so let me ask you this. If you have a check by at least one of those boxes, you've got some sort of leverage in your world. Maybe not as much as you want, but you do have some leverage, right? How would you get more purposeful around the leverage in your business? Like a lot of these are personal, right? And don't we tend to do that first? Like, so we can do more business. We kind of help with some of the personal things, like get someone to clean our house, wash our car, detail our car, pick our kids up from school. So how could we do the same thing and get more purposeful around our business? How can we do that? Legitimate question. Yeah, Rob.
Understanding what the value is.
So understanding what our value is. So expand on that a little bit. What do you mean?
So, like, obviously, pick up a small box on this thing, so understanding.
Hang on one second. Just 1 second.
So like pick up a lockbox from a listing. So understanding what you are worth per hour, and if you can get someone else to do that for a cost or like for X amount of dollars versus what you're worth. So really understanding what your value is.
So understanding what your value is and the value of your time.
Yeah.
I said this the other day to someone when this is June the 18th, I started my 40th year in real estate. So 40 years ago, I spent like 18 hours a day because I was putting up lock boxes. I was taking my own pictures. I was inputting my own listings into the MLS. I was doing all those things. They weren't highly intense. There's just a lot of stuff to be done, and I did it all. You guys have to remember, teams only became a thing about 1998. So I'd already been in business 14 years before there was even a concept of teams. And even then they thought it was extremely like, no, you can't build a team. So as a solo agent, you're doing all those 187 things that have to be done during a transaction, right? So I was sharing with somebody the other day is that I used to work like seriously 18 hours a day because I carried a lot of listings. There's a lot to be done. Today I work fewer hours, but they are very, very intense hours because I'm not doing those things. I'm putting together mergers, acquisitions, partnerships, attracting people from Australia or Canada, into our world. That's a very different skill set. and they're way more intense than the skill set went, 40 years ago. So I was spending more time back then. And the only thing that allowed me to leverage to not do those things anymore was I had to really I really had to have an understanding of what my value was and who I could hire to take things off of my plate that just didn't matter anymore. So ladies, let me ask you a question. How many of you feel guilty if you have, I'm assuming the ladies that still have little kids or children at home. How many of you would feel guilty if you didn't make dinner, you didn't pick them up from school, you didn't ever take them to the dentist or the doctor, that you leveraged all of that? Yeah, so you guys feel guilty because why? What is it? It's your job, right? Just suggesting that the first person I hired did all those things for me. Now I still went to their games, but I just leveraged the pieces that I don't cook anymore. I cooked for 25 years for 5 kids. I don't cook anymore. So there's just some things that I have gotten out of my own head. Like my value as a wife is not because I cook. My husband is not married to me because I cook. But I had to get out of my own head because I thought, well, I'm not a good wife if I don't cook. I told him before we got married, I cooked for 25 years. I'm not cooking anymore. I'm not doing your laundry either. I'm not even doing my own. Like I just made, yeah, David.
Sorry, I was gonna say another aspect, is like being. Rob, not Tom Brady, yes.
I feel like I see a lot right now with agents not being honest about, and this goes with, is it time to hire, the true value of their time? Because we might walk through an exercise where we believe that our value is $1,000 per hour, but the way we're actually showing up in our business tells a different story, and our value is only $100 an hour, right? And so we grasp towards making this higher, when in reality that's not where we're at.
Right.
Do you think you see that?
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you, and I think it's because of the bad tape in our head. Now, trust me, I'm not saying you should never take your kids to school or take them to the dentist or any of that. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that as I went through stages in my life, I made conscious decisions about what I was going to do and not do anymore. And I wasn't going to let somebody else not doing the business that I'm doing tell me what to do. Does that make sense?
Well, and I think that's what I'm trying to say too, is like you earned that right? And I think we're sometimes not asking that question, have I truly earned the right to leverage this piece of the business?
That's a great question. That is actually one of the things that we're going to talk through today. Have you earned that right to make a hire? Because it may be that you don't really need to make a hire. You just need to get super purposeful about your schedule, about, what you're doing or not doing, what you're allowing to kind of stay on the back burner. Because I think most of the time, sometimes there's some guilt in there, especially for women, that we have to do some things that maybe we don't have to do. So just suggesting that it took me a long time to get to that place where I didn't feel guilty if I didn't do some of those things. That's all I'm saying. And I wish I had gotten there sooner, because I'm all about now doing experiences and things with my family, my kids. We do tons of great, really incredible experiences together. If I had come to some realizations earlier in my life, we probably could have started doing that sooner than we did. That's all. So I guess the bottom line is I'm saying this, and John Maxwell says it: don't allow someone who's not doing at the level that you are, the business that you are, make you feel or decide that you should be doing something else. Does that make sense? Because what happens to a pot full of crabs on high boil? You see, John Maxwell would say everything in life is uphill, and it is. But there's crabs that want to, it's like they don't want to go where you're going, but the problem is they don't want you to go either. So they're trying to pull you back down. And so think of it like a backpack trying to go uphill. Going uphill is hard enough. Release the backpack. Because your life, everything worthwhile is uphill. Everything worthwhile is inconvenient. So I just want to set that because when we talk about this today, and what you're really doing or not doing, I want you to just consider what David said. Have you really earned the right or not? Because it's super easy. You know how many agents, I kid you not, this frustrates me a lot, who will come to me and say, they've been an agent all of like a minute. And they say, I want to get out of production. Really? You want to get out of production and you've been an agent like a minute. You know, it's like somehow badge of honor. You know what? Some of the most high people that make the most amount of money are agents that are in production. So getting out of production, I don't know why that became a thing. For some of you, it may be a thing. But the point is that people need to really look at the decisions they're making and have you really earned the right to get out of production? Maybe, maybe not. So in the career visioning model, there's really 4 steps that we're going to look at. And in those 4 steps, there's a 0 step. So step 0 is we're going to look at, once we decide whether or not you've earned the right to actually make a hire, then how are you going to lead generate for that hire? And where are you going to lead generate at? And there's like 4 different sections that we're going to look at that produce the highest result when you're looking for talented people. So we're going to look at, when you look at the 4, once we decide whether or not you have earned the right to make a hire, then we'll look at, well, how do you screen them? And then how do you interview them? And if you'll notice, if you've taken this class before, reference checking is now in the 2nd step. It wasn't in the 2nd step before. So the reference checking, they're not waiting till the end. Why did you think they moved it up in the process? Yes, Brian.
Happened to get a lot. Get through all hours of this, and then the references, they're not that great. And then
Right.
Your gut tells you, "Oh, I already did all the work, just push through." And then what they tell you in those references show up in real life, and then just wasted all that
You
time.
wasted all that time.
Yeah, and I started doing references actually in step 1.
Yeah, so a lot of people, then they say, well, gosh, reference checking takes a lot of time. Yes and no. If you've got a really talented person on your hand, reference checking is not that hard. Because when somebody calls me for a reference on somebody and I thought they were amazing, I am going to call them back immediately, tell them exactly how amazing they are, right? If you don't get a call back and you have to call 3 or 4 times, there's your sign. So, you know, reference checking, actually moving it up in the process can help a lot, like Brian said. You know, it's real, because you by the time you get to reference checking in the old model, you've got probably 8 or 10 hours in this process. And you know, you start ignoring red flags because you don't want to start over again.
You don't want to believe it.
You don't want to believe it. But if someone is showing up and telling you who they are, believe them. Believe them. Believe the references. So before we lead generate for talent, though, we've got to assess if we're in the place in our business where adding leverage is actually the next logical step. So we're going to look at that too. But so the 4 steps really are no different than the old process, with the exception of that the reference checking is brought forward into the process, earlier into the process. All right, so how do we identify that whether or not you need leverage? I think first you need to get real about your consistency to perform the most important activities that are required for your business to succeed and grow. Do you know what they are? And then look at the indicators that you or your team may experience when more leverage is needed. Meaning, are you really at the place? Are you really getting real about your ability to perform consistently? You know, how many of you would say you are like a consistent machine? Like there's no one that's going to get you off of what you need to do. You're like a dog on a bone. It's like, so I see everybody pointing at Nick. Like you immediately know if someone's consistent or not, right? So so first of all, get real about your ability to consistently perform the most important activities. So what are the most important activities in our business? If you don't have any business, then you don't need any help, right? Okay, so lead gen. So let's just talk about that a moment. If we look at the state of the market, and we look at the last 12 months, is it easier or harder to get business?
Harder.
Are you behind or ahead? If you're even, congratulations. But what are most people? Behind. So if you're a team and you're behind by 40%, you need 40% more agents on your team. right? Angie, how many do you want to add between now and the end of December? 25. If you don't have a team and you're a solo agent and you're 40% behind, you're going to have to do 40% more activities. That's just the reality. So how many of you have actually gotten real about your ability to consistently perform and do what needs to be done in order for you to have the business that you need to have? Because if you're just making a hire to give someone else that job, that's not going to work. It's not going to work when initially, right? Meaning, are you lead generating to such a degree that now you have earned the right to have someone else also lead generating for you because you're so awesome that you're producing enough business on your own that now you want extra business and you've hired people? Like, being honest about where you're at in your business. The last thing you should ever give away is your ability to lead gen and protect your database. That's the last thing you should ever give away to anybody. Because that's what you're building. That is your business. Your business is your database is your business. So when we look at, we're going to go back to the 80-20 principle again. So before making decisions about moving forward in the hiring process, I want you to think about your typical week, what it looks like for you. Number one, what's the most important tasks that allow you to sustain and grow your business? What are the most important tasks that allow you to sustain and grow your business? Number two, are you able to complete these tasks on a regular basis without having to work outside of normal business hours? That's called cheating. How many of you cheat? I cheat all the time. I cheat all the time. I'm not going to cheat all my life, but I'm cheating right now big time because it's what's necessary, but I'm not going to cheat all the rest of my life. So number three, do you get easily distracted by less important tasks? What happens? Do you know what happens to me when I get distracted by a less important task that somebody has put on my plate because they didn't do it? I go from 0 to 100 really fast, right? So, as your business grows, you've got to realize that all of us are only capable of doing so much. And it's we have a state of the company meeting every single month. We just had it this past week. And what we're all looking at is, are we doing the things that are necessary to move the business forward? Or is someone on the bus that is not doing what they need to do, that's actually keeping other people from doing what they should be doing? Who's the weak link? Because we're either going to help them, coach them up or out. Because I'm not going to tolerate it. I'm not going to tolerate at 11 o'clock at night dealing with stuff because someone else didn't do it. And it was their job. My husband says it this way: if I come home too many nights talking about the same person, that's a problem. It's a problem. And you know what? Who do we tend to focus most on? The highest performing people on our team? Angie, how many phone calls do we have? Right. She's like one of the highest performing team members, right? But who do I go home last night whining and complaining about? Not an Angie, I can tell you that. So what we have to, and I'm getting better and better and better at this, we absolutely owe it to the rest of our team to either help those people coach up or out so that we can focus on the people who are performing. And if you're a solo agent, then that's you. So, if you look at the 80-20 principle, in order to get the results that we desire, they're going to come from 20% of our efforts. Or 20% of our efforts should be focused on what we're doing versus what we could be doing. And when we notice we're not spending enough time on our most important activities, it's because we're juggling too many less important activities. That's the truth. So it's not uncommon for me to sit down with the leader and say to them, what has to come off of your plate in order for you to do more of this? Because that's what you're really good at. And they'll tell me, I'll say, okay, if I can make that happen, is this going to change? Yes, absolutely. So that's the other thing is you also owe it to yourself, if you're overseeing other people, is to look at it and say, hey, are they juggling too many tasks that are in their 80%? And what can I do as a leader to get that off of them so they can perform in the 20% that really matters? That's what we're talking about. So when you guys ask yourself the question, to determine if you're really ready to make a hire. What are the most important tasks that right now that allow you to sustain and grow your business? What would they be? For you, Angie, probably be hiring more people. Right? What would you guys say? 2 or 3 of you, what would you say the most important tasks that would allow you to sustain and grow your business are right now? For most agents, it's probably going to be what? Yeah, making more phone calls, putting more deals together. Does anybody believe the market's going to change a lot in the next 3 months? If you are, you're probably like living under a rock. Yeah, Rob.
I've always said buy first, do is prospecting, listing, selling, negotiating, then buy.
You have to remember, he just joined Keller Williams like 2 months ago. He came from Australia, and that's still, he still knows the 5 most important things an agent should be doing every day. It's like a universal language. We know what we should be doing. And yet we put complexity in our way to keep ourselves from doing the very thing we need to do. We do it all the time. And we call it, I'm so busy. Right? So what's the most important thing for you guys right now? Do you know what it is? Do you know what it is that you need to be doing? That right now there's other activities are taking you off of it. I use this example all the time because it's true. It's still true today. It was just true 3 years ago. It was true 5 years ago. I really want to clean out my closet. I do. Like, I have clothes in there I haven't worn for years. But it just never is important enough for me to clean it out. Yeah, David. That's awesome. You know what my daughters did in my house in Alaska? They actually went to my house and just, they said, you should, Mom, like that was hideous what you wore. Like one of them actually, after I taught a class, came out and said, don't ever wear those pants again. I'm like, wow, that's harsh. And then they went to my closet and they absolutely destroyed it. They just eliminated like, I'm like, ah, and they wouldn't let me see what they gave away. But the point is that I wanted to do it for a long time. I still want to do it here in Scottsdale, and it's still not done. That's kind of an extreme example of like something that's not important. But I like organization. And so there's nothing, I would love to spend a weekend doing it, but it's just not important. So I'll die with all those clothes in my closet. So the point is, it's like, are you guys super clear on what has to get done? What must be done? And what are you allowing getting in the way? And is that a job? I mean, is that everything you're allowing to get in the way? Is that enough for a job for somebody? Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. So how many of you would say you're able to complete your tasks on a regular basis without having to work outside of normal business hours? How many of you complete all your tasks and you don't have to work outside of an 8 to 5? Anybody? Why is that? Andrew?
We just keep biting off more than we can chew.
I think so. I think sometimes that's true. I think for a lot of people in the room, that's true. Why else I know somebody that's not true and they were working obscene hours. Don? What? Yes. And the more they allowed it, I mean, if someone's saying something and I know it, like I'm going to say something about it. It's like, no, you're allowing them to treat you that way because you've trained them to. So if you want them to treat you differently, you're going to have to train them differently. But they're doing exactly what you've trained them to do because you've allowed it. Don.
Just letting others, doing other people's 20% before I do my 20%.
Amen, brother.
It's their 20% is way, 20% times 10 is way bigger than my 20%.
So let me ask you guys a question. How many of you get out of bed in the morning and you're checking your texts and your emails within the first hour? Be honest. Do you know what you're doing? You're engaging in somebody else's 20% and you're working on their 20% before you ever start on your own. Do you realize that? Answering their texts, answering their emails, you are working on their 20% before you're working on your own. I'm just saying, I know that's kind of, we have to really think about it because that's what we're doing. We get out of bed. Now, I'm not saying you ignore your kids, your wife, your mom, your dad. But aside from that, when you get out of bed and you look at your phone, you know, I go to bed early. So when I get up in the morning, all the night owls have texted me and emailed me. If I start responding to all their stuff first thing in the morning, that absolutely takes me away from doing the 20% that I need to do when I'm the freshest, which is between 4 a.m. and noon. So my husband will sometimes say, how come you didn't answer me? I'm like, I didn't even look at my phone till like 8 o'clock. I'm trying to do better at that because, you know, life happens and, you know, I do want to respond to them, but I'm sending texts out super early. Everybody in my world knows, make sure you've got your notifications so that you get none of my notifications until the time you want to get them. Because I'm not going to stop and try to figure out when you get up and when you don't, and when I'm going to interrupt you and when you're not. I'm going to send them because I'm just going to start work when, like within 30 minutes of getting out of bed, because that's when I'm the best at, you know, I think best. So I'm going to be sending texts and emails all morning long. You know, so if you don't want to get them at 4 a.m, turn your notifications such that you don't get them. But I'm going to work on my stuff, not everybody else's. So you guys super clear on what you need to be doing so that you can complete your tasks during working hours. And sometimes we have to cheat. Like if we're going through, like right now, this is a pretty tough market. You know, we might have to cheat. We might have to lead generate longer than we do. So that means we might have to do lead follow-up and appointments and negotiate offers, you know, later in the day. How many of you guys get distracted by less important tasks? Why do we do it? Because the person bringing you that task is important to you. So how would you change that? Good answer. Should I say, you know what, Andrew, I appreciate what you need me to help you with. Awesome. I can do it this afternoon at 4. You know, that's honestly, that's what I'll do. Say, yeah, I know this needs done. I know it's important to you. I can't do it right this second. Trying to remember our MCA the other day, we were trying to transmit, and we had to get everybody and the mom at KW on the phone and all the people and blah, blah, blah. And she said, after we got done, she goes, hey, can you stay on the call a few more minutes? I said, no, I've got another appointment, but I'll circle back with you after that one's done. Like, you know, people will treat us the way that we tell them to treat us. And it's like, you know, the next call was our CPA, which was kind of important. But the point is that, yes, you're important to me. Absolutely. I will get on a call with you today. I just can't do it right now. I can do it at 4 o'clock.
If I push it out a couple days, maybe it's here.
A lot of times it does. And you know, it does. Like, do you know how many times I'm a DB here in Arizona? Do you know how many times I get emails where they copy in the broker because they're just trying to threaten someone else to do what they want to do? I completely ignore it until it escalates, like I have to deal with it. Like, you guys go fight your little problems out. It happened last night. I'm looking at it. I'm looking at 2 people, you know, I'm copying in the brokers. Well, isn't that great? I'm not, you know, I'm not mom. Right. So, but I could allow it to distract me and start responding and like, what are you gonna, you know, but I don't. So a lot of the things will go away. Okay. So if you look at, what did Gary say? When you've gone as far as you can go, you get all the results you can get. And when you can't go any further, you look for help. This help should come in the form of talented person. Yeah, when you can't do any more. For some of you, that will be different than others. It just depends. We're all different. So what page is that on? Would you guys mind telling me? What'd you say?
16.
15. Awesome. Thank you. Okay. Yeah. All right. So what would be some examples for you guys? Anybody else wants to be vulnerable and tell me what keeps them from getting the stuff done that they need to do and what allows other tasks to get in the way? Because there's other reasons. Yeah. I love that answer. Say that again, because it's so true.
Oh, sometimes your 20% is just really hard and you just don't want to do it.
Is that true? It is absolutely true. It's absolutely true. I've recently had someone like that in my life. It's hard. So how many of you, when you hear the word success, winning, Super Bowl champs,
Savage.
savage, how many when you hear that, do you guys think of somebody who it's just too hard and they didn't want to do it? That come to mind? So do you have any of those people in your world? What they will do is they will create a ton of complexity to keep you from realizing that they're not doing the 20% they need to do. Guarantee you. You'll find it one day. It'll be a big pile of poo. So the question is, do you need leverage? So here's what I want you guys to think about, and I'm going to give you a couple minutes to do this. I want you to think about, well, I'll give you like 3 minutes. And I want you to think about the signs that you might see in your world, that it's time for you to make a hire. It could be related to yourself. It could be related to your clients, to your allied resources. It could be anything, meaning what I mean by that. It could be, it's time for you to make a hire because you can never pick up your dry cleaning. You don't have any food in the cabinets. You don't have time to go to the grocery store. So it might be something that's for you personally, or it might be your clients. You figure out that they called, there weren't enough hours in the day. You didn't get back to them. They went and bought from someone else. Painful. Or it might be that your allied resources needed to go appraise the property. They couldn't get a hold of you. Now you're missing the closing deadline because they can't get the appraisal done in time. Like there's lots, or how about your team? You have a team member that's important to you, come to you, need help, and you ignore them, and you like, I'll get back with you. And I know I had the 411, but I can't do it this week. You're always erasing them off of your calendar. So I want you to think about it for a couple of minutes. I want you to write down any activities, the signs that you have in your world right now that might indicate you need to make a hire. So there's a page for you to do that. I think it's on page 25. There you go. So just make a list of things that might look like you might need to make a hire. You don't have any? No. Just curious. So let me ask a question. What would your life look like? Seriously, what would your life look like? How would it improve if you could get those pain points out of your world? What would it look like? Legitimate question. If you could get some of those pain points out of your life, what would your life look like? How would you describe it? Wonderful. Huh? More focused? Less chaos? What else? What else would your life look like if you could get those pain points out of it? More opportunity? Yeah, that's what I think about too. Like if I could get some of these pain points out of my world, I could go and do the things that I think I'm really gifted to do, which is more opportunity. Yeah. So how do you get them off of you? Yeah.
I have a separate question.
Where's the box? It's coming your way.
I think it's probably more opportunity for your team.
Yeah, more opportunity for the team too. You're right. Yeah.
So as I was going through this, I guess I have a question of how do you know when you just need to be more intentional, even though it would cost extra time? So it would go outside of that kind of 8 to 6 or whatever, versus leveraging that out to another person. So like my pain point was, I feel like I'm last minuting a lot of personal or like family events, because I just capacity wise. So like, how do you know if, well, maybe I just time blocked an hour a Saturday or whatever to plan it all versus leveraging that?
Reaction, instead of being reactive. Let me ask you a question. How long has this been happening?
6 months.
I mean, is it a pattern or is it just a season?
Good question. Yeah. I think priority wise, it's a pattern of.
It's a pattern.
Sure.
Okay. So if it's a pattern, then I'm probably going to want to rethink my priorities and maybe I want to set aside some time to really, like you said, on a Saturday to figure it out. But all of us will go through seasons in our time, in our lives where we'll be out of balance for a while and we could probably get really far out there for a while. You just can't stay out there. So if this is something that's happening, it's kind of seasonal, like this isn't your normal MO, but for the last 6 months, it is because of whatever the reason is. And that's one thing. But if this has been a pattern for a long time and it's just because you aren't being purposeful and planning and preparing, most people, the reason that they're not succeeding, the biggest reason is they are not preparing and planning ahead of time. They're letting life happen to them. So they're being reactive all the time.
Mm-hmm. So I think I am being purposeful on some of it. But I think capacity wise, it's like, well, what if it could be better? Right. So what if I didn't have to think about planning some of those things or like figuring it all out? So I guess the question was just more of, is that just for now, is that I just need to be more intentional and carve out more time for that, or
ask for help.
Or you get, yeah. Okay. So I just didn't know when it was the right.
Yeah, it depends. I mean, somebody can't take your girlfriend on a date. You know, you can't leverage that piece out, right?
Are you sure? No.
So I mean, it just depends on what it is, whether or not you can ask for help. I'm probably the worst at asking for help.
Sure. But could somebody else plan the day? You just show up to the reservation?
Oh, I would love that. I love that. Everybody has access to my calendar. I just do what's on it. Yeah. Seriously, most people don't give people access to the calendar because they don't want to be accountable to what's on it. Everybody in my world has access to my calendar. They want on my calendar, they can get on my calendar. My calendar is my calendar, and I'm going to get up every day and do exactly what it says.
Thank you.
Yeah. Other questions about that? What would your life look like if you could get some of these pain points off of it?
Yeah, be focused in the moment.
It'll allow you to be more focused in the moment.
Shocker, but I have another comment here. So one of the things that that this made me think about is a lot of the time when you're in that growth mode, you have to accept and that was kind of, I think, what I was alluding to when I said we just keep biting off more than we can chew.
Yeah.
Because I'd say every 3 or 4 months, I get my calendar dialed in and it's like, oh, I'm clear again. I've got all this white space. What do I, and then immediately I'm like filling it back up with
Yeah.
other things.
Yeah,
But now it's always like a little bit higher level activity,
right.
right? And so I think at some level, we have to just acknowledge that that's a part of the process.
It is a part
growing.
of the process.
Yeah.
So the question I would have for you, every time that you add something onto your plate, what's coming off? That will force it on you.
Mhm.
Because what we have a tendency to do is keep everything and add something to it and keep it.
Mhm.
So the question is, what are you gonna give up?
Yeah, usually for me, the process looks like, holy crap, I've got 65 hours of work on this calendar already, and we didn't even start the week. So then it's like, okay, I need a better system. I need a better process here or a person. And then we start chewing through all of that. And then all of a sudden I'm ended up with all this white space again. And then you have that clarity to say, okay, what should the must be now? Now that we got those systems in place, now that we have the process or the
Mhm.
person, now what's the next must that I should be
It's a
tackling?
constant reinvention,
Mhm.
constant.
Yeah.
And if you're not reinventing, you're probably just being very stale.
Mhm.
So it's not gonna go away.
Right.
But you do have to come up with a system to deal with it.
Right.
And most of us that are highly entrepreneurial also don't have a huge capacity. If you're a D, if you're an I, this doesn't, just ignore what I'm gonna say. If you're a high D, most of you have difficulty asking for help. High I's don't have a problem at all. They love giving stuff to somebody else.
Mhm.
But Ds generally don't. I mean, it's a learned behavior, Andrew. It's a learned behavior. And it's not easy because it's just not how we're built. I can. How many of you say I'm just going to do it myself. I can do it better, faster than anybody else. Right. Well, that only works for a while. So, but I do want you to think about what could your life look like if you got some of that stuff off your plate. So it might be a hire. It might be that just isn't important. So you've got to decide if it is important, then maybe you do need to make a hire. I always look at it this way. Anytime in my real estate business, when I was younger, if I didn't increase $4 or $5 million worth of volume with a hire, I was incredibly disappointed. And forget that you're in Scottsdale. Let's think about Westdale, Alaska. Average sales price back then, like 175. So 4 or 5 million in volume wasn't one house. Okay. So, I was always thinking about it. If I didn't increase my volume, if I didn't increase my revenue, then if I had made the hire and it gave me my personal life back. So it was either one of the two. It was giving me time back or it was giving me more money, one of the two. So that I could do only the things that I want to do. So even if you're at the point of, how many of you have ever felt like you're at the point of desperation? Every day?
Yeah.
Even if you do, before you make the plunge of making a hire, I just want you to get into reality again and ask yourself about your 80-20. Are you really dialed in on the 20% that matters? Are you maximizing your time spent on the 20% that matters? And number two, have you saved enough money for the hire? Do you have enough money? How much money do you need to save for the hire in order to make a hire? How much? Don?
Just up to 90 days.
Yeah, well, it might only be 30 because the 30, 60, 90, it's 30 days at a time. So I would probably say 90 because even at 30 days, if I'm just getting time back, I might not have seen a revenue jump yet. It might take 60. All right. So, but it's not a year. Most of us think we have to have the salary for a year. No, we don't. I had a conversation this morning about that very thing. We're still in the 30, 60, 90. Right? Yes.
So if you're hiring a producer, then you need 90 days of lead generation costs. Is that how you back into that same thing?
Or if you're hiring a producer, if they're already a producing agent, and so.
Let's say they're not, let's say they're new.
Yeah, well, I'd say 3 to 4 months at a minimum. I mean, they should start closing stuff within 3 to 4 months, but ramped up, it's going to take 6. That's why anybody getting into the business, they better have money 6 months set aside.
No, I'm saying as the business owner, you're saying, how much money do you need in reserve? Is it lead generation cost?
I see what you're saying. Well, at a certain point, that it's such a minimal additional cost. It really is. Like, you know, when you're spending 100 grand a month on lead generation, hiring another person isn't going to change anything. It just will make you more productive. And you'll just stop paying attention to the people who don't want to plug in. Okay. And then the other thing I would ask you to be honest with yourself with is how do you know if you've maximized your work time? How do you know if you've maximized your work time? You can get some personal time back, right? Or you can double down and work harder. There's nothing wrong with either. But how do you know you're maximizing your work time? Yeah.
I can see it if I know I'm being proactive.
That she just said it perfectly. I think the way you know if you've maximized your work time is you're either being if you haven't maximized it, you're constantly being reactive. If you've maximized it and you're like dialed in, you're being very proactive. That's a great way to think about it. So are you reacting all the time, or are you actually being proactive? You know, there's a lot of people in my world that are very proactive, and I tell them sometimes, I can't even think about that right now. Like, I'm dealing with this week. I can't even, that one in the back room drives me nuts because she's the director of events. So she's always talking about the next event and what I want it to look like. And with I'm like, I can't even think about that right now. We have 3 events this month. Like, that's not till November. She was bugging me about November last week. I'm like, no, we still have to go to Mega Camp. Then we have to go to Alaska and put on Quantum Leap. Then we have to come back here and do 30, 60, 90. Then we're going to Ben's event. And she's talking about a November event. I'm like, that's not in my 20% right now. It might be in your 20%, but it's not in mine. So check back with me again in a month. Do we have those kind of conversations? Literally. Do I say to you, you know what? It might be in your 20%, but it's not in mine right now. So go away.
And I take note, but that would be great. I'll circle back next week.
But it's true. It might be in her 20%, but it's not in mine yet. So, you know, if you know you're maximizing your time, I think it's when you have enough time to be very proactive. That is such a great way of stating it. If you're always reacting, you're either you've put too much on your plate or you haven't reorganized your plate to get some of the food off that doesn't matter. Just don't keep making your plate bigger, which is what Donald does. Oh, let's supersize that. Let's double size that. Let's quadruple size that. No, like, make your plate the same size. Okay. All right. So let's think about identifying the role that you might need. So when you think about organizational chart, where's the pain? Where is the organizational model, and what perspectives are we currently missing in your business? So where's the pain? So when you think about it, whether it's a market center or whether it's a mega agent team, like where's your pain at, and where is that in the org chart? And because what do most mega agents do when they make their first hire? Do they make the right hire? Rarely. It doesn't come natural to them. They make the wrong hire. The hire buyer's agent is their first hire. They pay them too much. They realize it when they aren't making any money and their life is crap. And then they have to unwind it all, and that person goes away and they get to start over. That's the truth. So if you think about where your pain is, and the question is, where in the organizational chart is that person? Where's your pain? You know, are you losing out on, you know, do you see a contract coming in with the name of a buyer on it that you talked to a month ago and you didn't follow up with them, and now they're buying a property that you have listed and you're pissed? That's happened to me. That happened to me in the past. I'm like, and the buyer agent's telling me it was a bad lead. Right? You know, so it could be that, it could be a lot of things missing from your business. But you know, if you have a successful business and you're looking at it and you're saying, where's my pain? For me, it was like, it really made me mad when we had somebody in our database and a contract would come in, not from one of us, on one of my listings, and the buyer was in my database. We had the buyer. So that is a huge pain point for me. And what do most buyer agents do when you say you're going to hire more buyer's agents? Are they excited about it? They're not excited because why? They think you're going to take away business. But the truth is, They can only handle so much and they're fearful, but the truth is you only have to have that happen to you so many times. You're like, that's not happening to me again. So you know how you eliminate that? So they don't get mad? You just decide you're hiring all the time. We're always hiring by our agents. You know a talented person, I want to talk to them. It just eliminates that because all of a sudden when resumes start coming in the front desk and they've never seen that before, they freak out. But if resumes are always coming in the front desk, they know that you're just trying to top grade talent, right? So if you look at the organizational models of the market centers and of mega agent teams, on the right-hand side with market centers, and you look at the bold color, those are like the 20%, right? So the 20% that a TL should be looking at is training, consulting, I would say recruiting, but I didn't write the course. But like, if you look at it, like the 20% is in the bold. And when you think about these organizational charts and you understand your current pain point, where's the person on this chart? Are you making the next right hire? Do you even need to make a hire? If you need to make a hire, what's the next right hire? What perspectives are you missing from the business? Growing a market center and growing, for instance, the state of Arizona, for us, it's exactly the same way as expansion. It's like, what's the next specialty do we need that person can specialize in, and they can do it for the entire state and make us more money and make us more efficient and have a better experience. So I'm always thinking about it like understanding the current pain point. What's the next hire? What's the next? Some of you, if you're like me, there was a time where I needed to make 3 hires. Like I need 3. So I always ask, well, what's the next hire that you need to make that will make the biggest difference? So logically think through it. What's the next hire that if I made it would make the most difference? And that's how I would hire. Because I found myself one time needing 3 hires. Like, what's the next most important one? And then also perspective. You know, are you hiring people that maybe have a different perspective than you do? Maybe they have all the skill sets, habits, you know, trainings, values, and behavior, but do they have the same perspective, or do they come from a different perspective? So when I look at it, you know, you guys should be thinking about where's the pain, where are they at in the organizational chart, what perspective am I missing from my business? So what should be my next hire? The reason, you know, the old CV didn't take you through this process. It would just assume that you knew you needed to make a hire. Now, how do you go do it? This part of it is really taking you through in the first chapter, really understanding, do you need to make a hire? And if so, what would that hire be? Yes.
I think the difficulty is sometimes when you hire somebody, they take a step back while you're training that person, especially if it's a first hire.
It just means you're going to cheat for a while.
Right.
It means you got 2 jobs for a while.
And I think that's the difficulty with a lot of, like for myself personally, that I get very frustrated with the person because I don't give them time. I'm like, okay, just move. Let me just do it. And then you end up firing and then having to hire again and go through the process in a vicious cycle.
It can be. Lori, did we not have this conversation yesterday afternoon? She's smiling because I said, you know, the reason that we screw up is because we don't prepare our family for the fact that we are going to have to work. We're going to have to cheat for a while. If you're making a hire and you're still in production, or you're making a hire and you still have to do your job, then, you know, what I explained is you need to make sure that the people in your life that are important to you understand that the next, whatever time it is, 30 days, 60 days, whatever time it is, you know what, I'm going to have to do 2 jobs because I'm going to have to train and do my job at the same time. So life is not, I'll see you in a month. And I need your support because here's what life's going to look like after the fact. But where we miss the boat is we don't set the expectation. And so there's disappointment on this side. And then you're at work working your butt off and you go home and you get this. So we don't set the expectation.
They're mad and they're complaining. So set the expectation. They'll be like, oh, okay. So.
And you know, especially when you say, and look what it will look like after the fact. Because I'm not going to stay out there forever, but this is what has to happen right now, so I don't have to go through that process again. And that's the biggest difference is it's not your commitment level. It's the fact that you didn't communicate with the rest of the people on your team and in your personal life. So they don't understand, like your team would understand if you said, you know what? I can't go to lunch. I can't do some of the things I normally do because right now I've got two jobs. I've got this job and I've got this job that I'm training someone else for. And or this other side where I'm making these hires. David, how many hires have we made in the last 60 days? 11. Do you think David's world looked a little different in the last 60 days, making 11 hires? And so he had his job, he still had to do his job. And at the same time, we had to take 11 people through the process or oversee 11 people going through the process. And so if you don't set the expectation, you're gonna have a lot of people, not only at home, but at work mad at you. Because people that got your time before aren't getting the same amount of time. So the most important thing you can do when you find yourself in that situation, which we do sometimes, is you've got to set the expectations so people know what to expect. Because I said it yesterday, I'll quickly shorten the story. Back in November, I told my husband, my life is going to look way better in September. He was like, September? So don't go tell him it's going to be 30 days and it's going to be 4 months. I said, yeah, September. And he said, why? And I explained to him why. And he goes, okay, I get that. And I said, but my life will look remarkably different in September. And here's what that's going to do for us. That's the biggest piece I think people miss, is that it is helping their team members set the expectation for the team members and also for your family. If you're going to have to do two jobs for a bit. And I don't know about you, but there's many times I went to bed at night with everything right in the world. And I got up the next morning and I had a job back.
I think it's like you said, it's always important to add that the expectation of time. It's not always going to be this way, and helping them understand it's going to be messy for a little bit. But once we get over this hedge, then everything will be easier.
Easier or unnecessary or lots of good things, right? Okay. So let's talk about the cost of making the right hire versus making a bad hire. So there's tangible costs and there's intangible costs. So when what can you guys think of when you think of direct costs, tangible, indirect costs, intangible of making a good hire versus a bad hire? What goes through your mind? Because there's some major risks when you hire somebody that's not a match for your team. Are there not? Yeah, Rob.
I mean, obviously, I don't know the difference between tangible and intangible,
Can-
but
Put it up closer to your mouth so I can hear you, please.
I don't know the difference between the tangible and the intangible, but it's your time as the business owner. So it's your time that you're putting to that person. You know, obviously what you've missed out on in terms of what you could have been doing as well. And also the dollars that you put into that person as well.
Do you guys want an example of intangible that was extremely painful and cost me a lot of money? Do you guys, anybody in this room remember like the 2008? So here's what happened. Actually, it was before that, but you guys wouldn't know that time period. So I'm going to use one that's relevant. Anyway, we didn't have short sales, but we had a lot of foreclosures. And the key back then was to get the accounts. Once you had the accounts, you're golden, right? So we had made this hire at the front desk and someone from Freddie Mac had called in wanting to talk to me about taking over an account. I didn't get the message that they called. Found out after the fact because the guy called back and just wanted me to know that the account had gone to my competitor. Because I had called him, I said, I don't understand, I see that so-and-so has the account, what happened? He goes, well, I called your office and no one ever called me back. What? I didn't even know. Like the front desk person totally screwed up, didn't think it was important, didn't know, if you're not in real estate, do you know what Freddie Mac is? Fannie Mae, Ginnie Mae, like you don't know any of it. This is a new person who just wasn't paying attention to detail. Now, this was a long time ago, but the point was it was extreme. That's it. I didn't even know, like the tangible is I'm paying her a salary. I'm training her. I'm doing all these things that you can directly count the cost. That is a cost that you couldn't count until way after the fact. And there, you know, who knows how much money that was? So it's like, I'll tell you another one. The market center that I was attached to didn't get our E&O policy renewed in time. So VA did not renew my contract. The market center didn't get the E&O contract renewed in time and get it uploaded into the portal, and I lost my contract. That, like, you guys, just saying, you know, most of us are thinking about how can I hire somebody for the least amount of money and get them to get the most out of them, just, you know, just suck them dry, right? Well, when you do that, that's what you get. That's what you get. You get people who don't understand that how important that one little thing could be to someone's business. So that's the intangible that sometimes you never even know about. So we had this conversation a couple of months ago, and basically I said, you know, it only takes this much more money to hire a more talented person for where we're going versus paying them the least amount possible for where we are. And oh, by the way, we get to make that hire again in 2 years. So when you think about it, we all think about the cost of something like this is going to cost me something. Well, think about it like as an investment. You're investing in where you're going. Do you have the right person to get you there? So it's just a change in how you think. We've all been taught like, how do I make this hire and make it the lowest cost and blah, 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 and I can make the most profit. Does that sound great to the person you're hiring? Let me see how much I can not pay you, get everything out of you, and me make the most money and have a bigger house and a nicer car. I mean, like, does that sound good? I said this morning to two gals. I said, you know what? I want to reward the people that are helping us get where we want to go. Like, it isn't that I am not the government, and you don't get an entitlement to anything. You get what you get. You get what you put into it. If you want to, I don't know, did you guys wake up this morning saying, I want an average wife, I want an average house, I want average kids, I want to live in an average city and drive an average car? Did you? So how do you help people understand, are you the type of person that hires somebody that is going to help the entire team move forward, and when they do, they get rewarded for it? Because most people, I think that was the biggest frustration for my son about the military. It didn't matter how hard he worked. It was this, everybody got the same thing. Like you said, I'm getting out. So just think about that. Rob, did you come across I don't know how many continents and fly 20 hours to come and work for an average organization? Right? You know, so here's the great thing. When you start making great hires and you start building a team that people want to be a part of, people will start coming to you versus you having to go chase after them. That's the difference. That's the difference. Cost of a bad hire. I mean, do you guys, some of you may not remember who Mark Willis is. Mark Willis is now back with Keller Williams. He was CEO of our company for like 15 years. Mark Willis, I took this class from Mark Willis back in the day, and Mark Willis told me about a hire that he made. And he said, if I just looked them up in the public record, I could have saved myself $500,000. So you know, it's the little things. And he said, it was a major, major cost. It was intangible, didn't know it at the time, but all I had to do was look them up in the public record and I could have had my answer. So slow down, put the work in the front end to follow the process. Because the cost of a bad hire, most of the time, the actual cost is not anywhere near what the intangible cost is to the organization. So questions about that? You guys are awful quiet.
One of my thoughts on that is that you have to think about who's paying the cost. First of all, it's not just you.
Who's paying the cost?
Who's paying the cost is not just you, it's everybody, right? So, and who has control of avoiding the cost, right? Like you could just avoid it all, like you said, by just slowing down, follow the process, right? Recognize that, and something you said about that front desk hire, that's as much on your onboarding process, like this 30, 60, 90-day integration after you bring on that new hire. Like the process is not done the minute they sign that contract that they're going to come on your team, right? Like not even remotely close to being done. And so I think just understanding that piece of the process as well is really important.
People tell you who they are, believe them. And so when are they going to be at their best? At the beginning. So if they already suck at the beginning, why don't you believe them? Why do you think that you can change them? But we do, don't we? I'm gonna turn them around. No, you're not. If they show you who they are in the first 90 days, believe them. Because they're at their best. It's a honeymoon period. If the honeymoon's not going well, get an annulment. So what else are you guys thinking about? When you think about a good hire, what comes to your mind? Who's made a good hire? Okay, David.
What am I answering?
Who's made a good hire?
I have.
Okay, so what did that look like? Let me ask you differently. How did you know they were a good hire?
Well, like you said, I mean, in the first 90 days, the 30, 60, 90 was done in 10 days. Like
they hit the milestones super
exceed
fast.
all the expectations that you even set in place. Anticipatory service, meaning they anticipate things that I didn't even think we needed to accomplish. They hold themselves accountable to the results. Those are some of the things that show up right off the bat.
Typically, do you have to hold people accountable?
No.
Not really. Right? And if you've got somebody that's taking things off your plate and they're succeeding and hitting those milestones ahead of time, believe them. Right? Who else said Andrew, you said you made a good hire. What did that look like?
Back at you, man.
So the good hire, I think, obviously David said it way better than I could. I mean, the anticipation of the needs before they're real, right? And it goes a lot back to what Melissa said about, are they proactive versus reactive? Right? But I think you'll know a good hire because they come in and they ask really good questions and they start to understand things pretty quickly. And at the end of the day, our businesses are pretty complex at some level, or they can be, right? And so for somebody that's not necessarily from our industry, they may not have all the understanding of the language, right, that you use, the way you're doing things, the reasons why you do them that way. So a good hire will come in though, and they'll start asking questions and they'll try to learn and they'll start to understand. And as David said, they'll start to point out things that you weren't even thinking about.
Right. Yeah. Because you've kind of gotten in that, that lane.
Well, we see things exactly the way that we want to see them, right? And so I don't think that necessarily means we always see things exactly as they are, right? And so having somebody that brings in, one of the questions like, what's the perspective we don't have that we need? So when you bring in those outside perspectives, like that's why you said you're always hiring, because those outside perspectives come in and they ask questions and they challenge your belief systems at some level and just ask, well, why do you think it is like that? Right?
Yeah, it's true. It's true. A great hire will ask great questions. Yeah, David.
One of the questions I started asking hires statements.
You'll need this, David.
Good catch.
I'll tell them, I don't care if they're entry level or not. I say, don't let me waste your first 30 days here. And what I mean by that is similar to what Andrew was saying. We have our perspective because we've been swimming in it. We don't notice the things that we don't notice. And so when I say, don't let me waste your first 30 days, you're going to see things inside the organization that I'll never be able to see. And it's your job right now to bring those to me so we can get better. And I find that that's been a very empowering thing for new hires to see or hear. And it's allowed, it's given them a platform to come talk to me about things that they've noticed. Hey, I see this. Why do we do this way? I think it could be done better this way. And I can either give them perspective that there is a reason why we're doing this, or it brings it to light, similar to, that VA doing the same process that we
Right.
just didn't know about for however many years. It gives us a platform to
Because
find,
nobody ever
discover
told them to
those
stop.
things. Yeah, to discover those things and then stop and create more efficiency.
Yeah. Yep. So that perspective, that outside perspective, like, how many of you come into wherever you work every day and you don't see like the mess because you see the mess every day? Somebody else can come in and like, why don't you clean this crap up? Right? We're used to our own mess. Yes.
When hiring new agents straight out of the, what would be the opportunity cost or like how, they take a long time to adjust and sometimes you find that star.
Catch.
When you know,
as a waste of time? And how do you calculate the cost of having these people in versus waiting it out until they
Yeah.
succeed?
I mean, so his question is like, when you make an agent hire, sometimes you don't know how good they're going to be for a while. How do you really gauge that? What was the really cost to bring them on? I can just tell you what we did. I don't think Joe's in here. We just created a 100-day program. You either engage in it or not. If you do, and you're going to be successful, and we'll pay attention to you. And if you don't, you don't have to leave the team, but we're just not going to talk to you. We're just not going to pay attention to you. So we just made the decision that we're not going to pay attention to people who aren't engaging and aren't getting somewhere. I'll give you an example. There's a guy on my husband's team in Florida. His name is Matt. He has a traumatic brain injury, and he came on the team and immediately started succeeding. Never sold real estate before. And you know what everybody on the team said? He's cheating. Well, how's he cheating? He's taking my leads. What leads was he taking? Well, he went into the database and he was calling people in the database. And I talked to them 5 years ago. Now that's an exaggeration, but literally said, I talked to him last year and he could see in the notes that I talked to him and he called him anyway. Is that a problem? As a rainmaker, is that a problem? You're like, listen, maybe you should have called them and you didn't. So why is he cheating? Because he did what you didn't want to do. So you ask the question, how do you know if people are going to win? You can see it immediately. Winners are winners. It doesn't matter if they've never sold real estate before. Tell you a true story. This happened. Anybody know the Hearn Group out of Kansas City? So the Hearns, they had a guy that was working with a builder. The truth is they had invested in this builder some of their own money. This agent had always worked only for builders. The builder went out of business. They had 4 families that this builder was supposed to deliver a house for in August. All of a sudden, this builder goes bankrupt, and this agent had $200,000 invested in this builder. So he went from having $250,000, to 50, because he had to pay off some of this debt. Okay. He'd never sold residential real estate before. And he went to the Hearns and he said, I don't know what I'm going to do. I've got to make some money. And they said, well, why don't you try to sell residential real estate? He goes, well, I've never done that before. He said, what would I have to do? And he said, well, just have to talk to 20 people a day. He said, all I have to do is talk to 20 people a day. He goes, yeah, what do I say? He goes, well, you call them up and you say, gee, you tell them who you are and you ask, gosh, do you know anybody that, you've got these 4 families that have to be in a house before school starts. Do you know anybody that might want to sell their house? He goes, that's all I have to do? He goes, yep, that's all. And they're probably going to say they don't know anyone. And when they do, you say, gee, would it be okay if I call you back in a couple of days to see if you've thought of anyone? Does this sound like a normal script? Okay. But here's the twist. And he said, when you call them back in a couple of days and to see if they know of anyone, if they still don't know of someone, you ask them this: would you be willing to call 3 of your friends that are completely different social circles than us and see if they know of anybody that want to list their house? How many houses do you think this guy who'd never sold residential real estate before listed in 14 days? 7. In this market. This just happened 2 weeks ago. So my point to you is, when they show up, believe them who they are. If they engage, awesome. If they don't engage, believe them.
Is there a cost to letting them stay on?
Not if you're not paying attention to them. Not if you have a system that's already designed that they have to engage with, meaning it's already in the library. Like they engage, they log in, They see the video, it tells them what to do. They either do it or they don't do it. If they do it, we know they'll be successful because we put it together. It's a 100-day program. And we know if you're engaged, even if you're a brand new agent, you're gonna have at least 2 pieces of business by the end of that time. That's on them. If they don't want to do any of that, you can stay. It's just, I'm never gonna know your name. I'm never gonna talk to you. Did you cost me anything? No. Because our system's automated, so it cost us to build it, but now we don't ever have to deal with anybody who doesn't want to engage. Life's too short. David.
Do you think your answer would be different? With a one location team of, call it 10 agents versus an expansion team of several locations?
Of course it's different. Yeah, I mean, when I was, you know why? Because you don't put the system in place when you're a single team in a single location. You show up every day as the leader and you lead them. But when you're in multiple locations, that's not possible.
Right.
And you know what I learned about expansion, I should have done in the single location to begin with, and my life would have been much better and I would have been happier.
Well, thank you. And what I was getting at is, I think that, like, in smaller team settings, even if it's automated, there's, to me, and this is just my perspective, there is a cost in the intangible side of the business.
Yeah, because they
Being
show up in the office every day,
Right.
sucking the life out of
The
everybody.
team morale, the culture, the optics, right? And I
Yeah.
think, yeah, so and I don't know
Yes,
the
there
makeup of this
is.
room.
That's very
but-
true. That's very true. When you can actually see them in the office, absolutely, 100%. Yeah, if I had to do it over again, I would have done that over again, because I went home complaining about the same people every single night. You know, why won't they engage? Why can't they be like this one? Yeah, so is there a cost to that in a single location? Yes, there is. Because if you don't deal with the people who are not engaging, the good people will leave. The good people will leave. Yes,
Yeah, eagles don't hang with turkeys.
huh?
Eagles don't hang out with turkeys.
Not for very long. Yeah. Yeah, not for very long. So questions so far about what we've gone through, and we'll take a break for a few minutes. Let me ask you, for those of you who have made a good hire, what did it do for you? What did it do for the organization? How is your life different by having made a good hire? Yes, Brian.
You get the right person in that role, you don't have to recruit. Like you said, you just attract. Like, I haven't recruited one agent. They just come like Instagram or whatever. So I think we're very blessed in that nature. And that's why I truly believe in this process, because that's how I got the person I have right now. And if you just get 5 more of those, imagine,
Oh, 5 more would be great.
yeah, what the world would be like.
No, but you're right. You guys, if you get this right and you start getting this right with a few good people, other good people will come find you. And I know I keep bringing Rob up, but Rob, did I recruit you? He recruited me. Tell him how you did it. Like, I get an email from this guy, right? First of all, I don't read emails from people I don't know, but I don't even remember what could have been in the subject line to make me read it, but I read it. And I said, I threw it to David and Joe, and I said, I don't know, this is kind of, I don't know, it looks interesting. Call him, right? Just call this guy. Yeah. And Joe called him and David called him. He goes, I think you should talk to this guy. Right? But how did you find me?
Like, obviously I was searching, I mean, right, going too much into the story, but I mean, I didn't want to come and join a team that was just mediocre and plateaued. I wanted to join a team that was going places. So we talk about what Brian shared before and what we've talked about before about the one times multiplier. But like, I saw Kristen, I saw what she's achieved. I looked at, that's a team I'd like to join. And then I prospected. So I sent out an email, lucky enough that she read her email. Didn't go to junk mail, but so I got through the gatekeepers. So, and I got to talk to Kristen, and then obviously we're talking for a while. And as I said, I've been a real estate agent for 20 years, and I, at the same time too, like, you know, I was in Australia at the time, but I'm like, I got to get face to face with Kristen. So I jumped on a plane and flew 24 hours here and showed up here and met up with them here in the boardroom. So again, so I say in real estate, sometimes you just got to get face to face with the client and go and see them and win the listing, not just do it over the phone or via email, like literally go drive 2 hours. I jumped on a plane for 24 hours, but again, do whatever you need to do to get your outcome. So, but again, at the same time too, that, yeah, I saw what, you know, Kristen had sort of done. At the same time too, I had to fit what my values were as well as I had to fit her values too.
But what I'd say is like 25 years ago, I was out hustling, trying to find people. Like I was having to go to them all the time to find good people. Lori, did you find me or did I find you?
I found her.
So, and you know, and I was talking to the three of them yesterday in the office, and I said, you know, what's nice is I don't have to come in, like I come in and just throw my stuff down and keep moving, and they just, like, I don't have to worry about them getting stuff done. I just don't even have to think about it. You know, David and his wife, 2 twins, picked up and drove across the country and moved from Portland, Maine. Don't know why they lived in Portland, Maine, but that's another story. Right? David, Joe. So the thing of it is you put the work in the front end. You go find good people and you don't settle for something less. And over time, other good people will want to be part of your organization. Philip, did you find me or did I find you?
I found you.
And where'd you move from?
California.
We understand why. So, right. So you picked up your wife, your 2 kids, your baby, your 3-year-old, 3, right? 3 and
Yep. 3
Yeah.
and a 10-month-old.
and moved to Arizona.
Yep. Came on out. Yep.
Like, you know, that kind of sounds nuts.
It was a big move. Not as big as Australia or Maine, but you know, it's still a big move.
So you guys, here's the thing, this process works. And if you do it right for a while, see, everybody wants it. Brian, did you want it to be super fast? Did you want everything to just be super fast for you and everything to be awesome?
Yeah.
Does it do that? Is that how it is? No, but today, do you have to go run and find people?
Oh, for my business?
Yeah. Not really, but it wasn't always that way.
Oh, yeah. You know, on the show, sure.
Right, but now they come to you. Why do they come to you? Why do they come towards you?
I think I see the people that the people that are on the team and has been on the team, and just our culture. And then they see it. We portray our culture on Instagram. So they just see the Instagram and then they reach out. I mean, that's usually where we get most of our team members.
So I guess the question for all of you guys, wouldn't it be fun to have people moving towards you? I bet you Angie wants 25 people moving towards her between now and December 31st. So what are you going to do to be that attractor? Taking them through the process will be part of that attraction. It does bond people to you. It does, right? Archie, how long have you been have we worked together?
I think it's 7 years now.
And were you from Arizona?
No.
No, you were a realtor from where?
Wisconsin.
And before you moved here, how many letters did you send out and emails?
How many what?
How many letters and emails did you send out to expansion teams?
5.
How many people responded to you?
3 out of the 5.
And you picked up your stuff and moved from Wisconsin to go to work for our organization.
Absolutely.
Why?
Well, I happened to see, you know, I heard about Kristen Cole and the network, and I came here wanting to be a part of something that I knew that I could go with an expansion team faster to make money than it was to being a solo agent and building a team myself.
Do you make more money here than you did in Wisconsin?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
And I already know the answer to these questions, so I'm like asking something self-control. So, but I think the part of it was, it's not that any of the other expansion teams were good teams, but it was, at the time you told me you want to be some part of something bigger than money's important, but you want to be part of something bigger.
Absolutely. And it's been an amazing ride, because being able to see where we were when I started as the only expansion agent that you had outside of Alaska, to be able to see where we are and where we're going has been amazing. And, you know, and I'm here just waiting for the next step. There's always something coming in better than there always is something building around the corner.
So the reason I think that's important is because as you guys start to attract people, do you know where you're going and can cast that vision? Can you articulate the vision to other people such that, or are you just hiring people to do a job? Do you have a vision for where you're going? Or you're just hiring them to do a job? So I want you to quickly look at page 35 and we're going to a break. So on page 35, it's like calculates the potential of a good hire. So when you, here we go. Calculate. Okay, sorry. So in this activity, think about what role you want to hire for. So just think right now, if you could make your next hire, what would it be? And then let's just say it was a buyer agent. Or whatever it is, then how many hours per week are you buying back with this hire? So how many hours a week are you going to get back by making this hire? Like if you're making an administrative hire and you don't have an admin now, how many hours of administrative work are you doing right now that you get back? If you're hiring a buyer's agent and you're the buyer's agent right now, you know, you're the listing agent and the buyer's agent, how many hours are you going to get back by hiring that buyer's agent? You know, you can calculate it. Like if you're showing houses, you know, to a buyer, you might be spending 16, 20 hours a week doing it. Or if you're hiring for, you know, a controller, whatever it is, how many hours are you going to get back? Do you know how many weekends I used to spend going over financials? Until one day, literally, it was last November, I was sitting with Gary Keller for 5 hours in Austin, Texas. And he said, you know how much better your life would be if you just hired a controller? And I mean, it was a duh moment for me. Like, why am I spending every weekend doing all this, going through all the financials? That's like stupid, right? How many hours could I get back by not having to do the financials on the weekend all the time? So how many hours per week are you buying back with this hire? Then how many additional transactions per month could you do with this additional leverage in place? Or could you work on a merger? Or could you work on, a potential new mousetrap? The point is like, if you take your average monthly commission, you multiply it by the additional transactions per month that you could do by buying your time back, you're going to figure out real quickly what that gross to your business could be. Most of us hang on to things way too long. And if we did the math, we could figure out we'd be much further ahead if we made the hire sooner. Is there anybody in this room that is saying to themselves right now, I wish I had waited to make that hire? Anybody? It's usually the opposite. Why didn't I make that hire sooner? I remember exactly where I was laying, 11096 East Winchcombe Drive, and I woke up one morning and I went, this is what that feels like. And you know what I was feeling? This is what talent feels like. I felt like an anvil had been taken off my chest. Kid you not. I woke up and I went, wow, this is what it feels like when you have talented people around you. It's like it was, and you don't know what talent looks like until you have talent. What you have is cul-de-sac talent that really you think is really good talent, but it's really cul-de-sac talent until you actually experience what talent feels like. When you do, you wake up that morning and you go, wow, this is what it feels like. And you never want to go back to the other again. Yes, Brian.
That's when you feel like a real business.
Yes.
Okay. I'm a real business.
It's a real business. I went on my first 2-week vacation without ever checking email last year. And I didn't have like heart palpitations coming back across the pond, like, oh my gosh, if I open this email, what's it going to be? Like anxiety. there were 34 emails. That's it. And my husband, it was terrible because he hadn't prepared for it. It was reentry was terrible for him. But you can train someone. Now, what's the biggest fear you would have if you were training someone to go through all your email while you're gone for 2 weeks? They'd make a mistake. Freddie Mac? Exactly. You know what the worst thing that happened was? You know, they kept, I kept saying, why am I not getting this from KW? You guys got your mega camp invitation registration? I'm like, why am I not getting mine? She unsubscribed me from KWRI. That was the worst thing that had happened. That was the worst thing that had happened. And so my whole point is like this is important, and the faster that we understand this, the more successful, not only the more successful we'll become, but the better life you're going to have. And I say better, it's what it better is to you. Like better to me might not be better to you. Like people ask me all the time, when are you going to retire? I'm like, why would I do that? Why would I do that? But I'm living my best life ever. Like I love what I do. So better for you might not be the same better for me, but your life will get better because you'll get to choose what you get to decide what you work on every day versus having the decision made for you. Okay, so we're going to break. It's 12:22. We'll be back at 12:45. But before we go, what are your ahas so far from chapter 1? What are you guys thinking about? I can tell your head's thinking. What are you guys thinking about right now, having gone through chapter 1? Angie?
The one that stood out to me is hire to where you're going, not where you are.
Hire for where you're going, not for where you are. Brian?
When I get back to the hotel room, I'm gonna tell my wife, I didn't marry you.
Pretty sad for you in Zoom world. Brian's gonna go back to the hotel today and call his wife and said, I did not marry you because you could cook. Oh, she's with you. Awesome. So you're taking her out to dinner is what I'm hearing you say. What else? What else?
The importance of setting the expectations with your family and, you know, who's not close to you at work, personal life, just setting those expectations on the front end, just saying, hey, it might be October, but it's gonna get better, and here's how it's gonna get better. I guess super important to set those expectations, have that communication, so they understand why you're coming home late. There's nothing worse than coming home late and having someone mad at you. When you're
Right.
out there killing yourself,
Right.
get a better life for your family, and then the expectations and everything's not aligned.
But if you think about it, most of us never think to explain it up front. And then we don't understand why they don't understand that what we're doing and why we're doing it. But if we just take the moment, see, we're afraid to tell them up front because we're afraid that they're going to go, you're kidding me. It's going to be like this for 2 months. But if you
know, they create their own narrative.
Yeah,
It's gonna be worse than what.
it'll be way worse. So if you can at least tell them, hey, and oh, by the way, when this is in 2 months, this is what it's going to look like. This is this is the benefit for all of us. That's a different story. That's a different story. Yes,
I like deserve to make that hire, and it made me think.
you deserve to make that hire.
Do you deserve to make that hire? And it made me think about the pain points in my business, I guess, technically. And am I using the leverage that I already have to the maximum of its capacity and ability? And could I be maybe not hiring a different person, but using that current leverage better in order to get more out of my day? Right. And so I don't deserve to hire someone else, probably because I'm not maximizing the leverage that already exists inside my
That right there is the essence of chapter 1. Exactly. That is the essence of chapter 1. Are you maximizing what you're doing first? Because if you're not, you really don't deserve to make that hire.
Yeah, she's great. She can do so much more.
Yeah. It's true. Are you and not only are you maximizing you, but are you maximizing the team first before you make that additional hire? Tegan, have you ever had to do more than one job on the team?
Yes.
Was
few
it fun?
times. No.
Did you know it was for a certain period of time?
Yeah.
But were you willing?
Yes.
What was the best thing for the team at the moment in order to maximize the team?
For me to do 2 jobs.
Right. And you did?
Yeah.
Right. And I think that's the point, is that sometimes the business hasn't earned the money to make the hire, but yet we need this job done and we can borrow on some capacity of another team member to fill in for a period of time. See, people can run at 120 miles an hour. They just can't do it for a long time. What's that?
Unless they're you.
Whatever. Okay, any other ahas from chapter 1?
Are you dialed into your 20%?
That's it.
Yeah,
Are
you're
you dialed into your 20% before you try to make a hire? Because if you're not, you're just gonna make it messy for them too. Yes,
Believe when people tell you who they are.
leave them. Yeah. Okay, guys, let's take a 20-minute break, come back at 12:45, and we will tackle chapter 2.
Hi, everyone. Those are some great thoughts. What's everyone think? Let me know if you have any questions.
She just asked, like, are you maximizing the team before you make the hire? And now I'm
Mhm.
wondering, because we're, you know, teeing up to probably hiring a transaction coordinator within the next 6 months. And now I'm wondering if I have maximized my time as much as I thought.
So tell me, who am I talking to real quick? I can't necessarily see on the screen.
Oh, Amanda
I'm sorry,
House
say that
from
again?
Newfoundland.
Oh, hi, Amanda. Did you say Newfoundland?
Yeah.
That's fantastic. So let me ask you this really quickly. How many people on your team?
So we have 3 agents, and then it's just myself as our business coordinator.
Oh, we talked a second ago. Sorry, a lot of notes here. 3 agents, yourself and the business coordinator, and you guys are getting ready to hire a TC.
Yeah.
What's making you feel like you need a TC in addition to your business coordinator?
Okay, so sorry. Correction, I am the business coordinator, so it's just me
That's right.
as our
Yep.
admin.
Yep.
So in my mid-year review with my rainmaker, we had discussed, she had asked me, you know, what part of your job currently, because I do, you know, I do our TC, I do listing management, I do marketing, any client-facing materials, I develop them all, like design and develop them all of our social media and everything, like it's all me. And she said, you know, what is something that you would like to do, like to never do again as soon as humanly possible? And I said, there's honestly no part of my job that I feel that way about. I love everything that I do. It's just that I feel like I've gotten to the point where I can't do it all well anymore.
Sure.
So, and then the idea of getting a transaction coordinator first is that is the most systematized part of my job. So therefore it's the most trainable part of my job.
Sure.
So that's kind of where I'm at now. Like, I would like to delve deeper into the operations side in terms of like developing our manuals and things like that, and making sure that our processes are getting super refined. But I also would like to be able to delve deeper into marketing analytics and making sure that our marketing dollars are going as far as they can go.
Sure. So thank you. That helps a lot. Here's what I would say. One, you'll see later in the class within the model, within the org chart model, a TC is the next most logical hire for the exact reason you were seeing. It's the most systematized. It's the easiest for you to be hands off on as the business coordinator, yet inspect what you expect, right? So you can be more hands off and still have accountability around that role. You as the business business coordinator, the things that you're talking about are the higher dollar producing activities. They're the ones, the TC work systematized, as long as we're inspecting and we're not dropping the ball there, therefore hurting database, those are not going to increase the dollar production.
Right.
They're going to maintain the business. They're not going to increase the dollar production. So that's how you know it's the right hire. And that's how you know, like if you're dropping balls or if you're missing the opportunity to dive into more marketing, you're missing the opportunity to take advantage of, refining other processes that could increase. That's how you know, okay, what's falling through the cracks are dollar producing activities or potential new income sources. So this needs to go away so that I can go do that. That's how you know.
That totally makes sense now that you say it like that.
Yeah.
Because it's only me, TC has to be my top 20% at all times. Because those are the people that we're actively working with, and those are the people that are helping build our reputation. So if I could not get distracted by that piece all the time, then I really could get somewhere with all the other marketing things.
Mm-hmm.
That's
going to grow revenue. Yep, that's going to grow revenue. The TC, we need to maintain revenue. And so that's going to be a strong, the 30, 60, 90 piece of that with your hire, making sure that like we're following systems and they're on top of it is key. Because if we drop the ball there, then you get a job back. And I assure you, once you let go of it, you don't want it back. And that takes you away from that. But I think you're going to increase revenue simply by hiring a TC and having more time. No increased revenue and culture. That's how you know.
Excellent. Thank you.
Perfect. I love all the recruiting going on in the chat box here. I think recruiting and hiring is one of the biggest challenges for everybody that I'm coaching right now. And for anybody that's listening, I know that Alpha Team is doing some recruiting. It looks like Melbourne, Florida is doing some recruiting. I want to share with you guys one of the things that I'm seeing and where I'm really focused on some of my people that are making hires. A lot of our effort is in the market. There's a sweet spot in the recruiting market right now for, potentially agents that have been in the business for 5 years or less. And here's why. They rode the wave in really 3 years or less. They rode the wave of COVID and the aftermath of that. And now that the market pivoted the way that it did in the fall of last year, this year is showing them what they don't have, the skills, the systems, the processes that they don't have, but they've gotten accustomed to living on, I call it the market party income, and they don't have the skills and the knowledge to support it. So as a team, when you're hiring people to bring on your team, I'm saying, let's go find those people in the business 3 years or less, depending on your market, 2 to 40 transactions, but now their business is way down. They're looking for a home. They're looking for culture. They're looking for a tribe. They're looking for systems and processes and proven results. And I'm seeing a lot of success in that versus bringing a brand new agent into, honestly, the toughest market I've seen in my, 25-year career. It's a great market to break your teeth in, but it's also a very tough market to break your teeth in. So I'm saying, if we're going to get narrow focused on our recruiting, who are the agents that fit that specific demographic? And then if we're recruiting for admin hires, a lot of the people in that specific, what I just talked about in that specific criteria are also great admin hires. If there's somebody out there that was an SC and they were succeeding in the market before, now, you know, with an SC personality profile, they were able to succeed because you didn't have to be super driven. You just didn't. You had to be able to work hard. You had to be able to, you know, process, but you didn't have to be entrepreneurial necessarily. Now it's requiring that. So there's people out there in our industry who have the knowledge that could jump into and probably thrive in an admin role. And they're slowly failing in the business, but they love the business. They too can be attracted to your team culture.
What are your thoughts on hiring? Okay, so this is the way I've been thinking about it when I've been looking at or like scouting agents to kind of consider for our team. Some of the newer agents that have come to our market center, they don't have any old bad habits to break them from. So kind of starting with us, they would start at our standard, so they kind of wouldn't know any different. Versus someone who's been in the market for, like you said, like 3 years, and they kind of rode the wave, and now they're finding themselves challenged and needing a bit more guidance.
I
So
think that goes back, neither's right or wrong. I love them both. On the newer agent, how much time do you have in your world for the noise of training a brand new agent versus somebody who knows how to write a contract? Because we're all in a place right now that although we need help, we're also in a market where we can't take our foot off the gas very much. We can't let deals fall through the cracks right now. So I'm seeing rainmakers and people that they just need that next hire, yet the opportunity to take their feet off the gas to do the training can't really do that either. So it's this catch-22. So on a new agent, yes, you get to bring them in. They don't know any different than the market they're entering. You get to train them your way. And that means you have to step back and train them your way with every single step, including, you know, what is representation? How do we write a contract? So it's how much time do you have to do the training and mentorship versus how much experience you need to bring in.
Right. Gotcha. Thank you.
A lot of great conversations around this stuff right now.
Yeah, that was a good question. I have a question because I'm a solo agent and I'm trying to decide, you know, should I hire a executive assistant first or transaction coordinator, or train the executive assistants to do transaction coordination? Let's see what your input would be on that.
Typically, your first hire is both. Your first hire is going to be your EA. Their primary job to start is probably going to be your TC work. So you're going to make that hire. The first thing they're going to learn and master is your TC work, your transactions. Then we move them into the database work. And then we move them into creating your systems and procedures and, you know, building the foundation of the business. But typically the two key parts are transactions and database. So we start them in transactions first and then database. Then when the business grows, just like we were just talking about with Amanda, when the business grows to the place where that EA has more on their plate than they can handle, then they bring on a TC and train the TC. So right now, it's not an either or, it's both. Your EA is your TC right now.
Okay.
Yeah,
Let me ask you this question though. Yeah, let me ask you this question though, Daniel. Right now, are you using a contract TC? Or are you doing all of your transactions?
I'm doing all the transactions.
Okay. So the next logical hire, depending on your marketplace, most marketplaces within the market center or somewhere in their industry have transaction coordinators that you can hire on a per file basis. So it would look like, you know, hey, I'm Daniel, Shayna, I got a new contract, here it is. And then I process it for you, but I'm not on your team. I'm not on your staff. I probably work for 4 or 5 different agents and you're only paying me when you close a transaction. That's a really great interim step that allows you to lead with revenue, right? Now you're not out there guaranteeing a salary, it allows you to lead with revenue, grow, then you repurpose that time to go build more. Then it makes sense to bring on an EA. I like that interim step so that we don't get paralysis by having a salary when our businesses are still a little bit rocky. Because once you take that TC work out of your day, then it's reframing how you spend your days, reworking how you spend your days to be working in your 20% to generate more business.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Or taking your time away from TC, giving that away and diving into your database.
I have a question with relation to that. Sorry, I have you on my phone and it's echoing. Is it echoing for you guys?
Just a tiny bit, but let's try it.
Okay. All right. Sorry. So we had an EA and she moved into the TC role by choice, and it was before I came on as the director of ops. Now she's wanting to retire. So we're looking at either hiring a listing manager TC, or with what you just said that your first step is an EA, should we back up and hire the EA first and then go back to the TC listing manager after that talent is found?
So tell me what your org chart is right now on the admin side. Who do you have in place?
We have a director of ops and a director of sales.
Okay. So I would say the first position, because it's what work needs to get done. And my thought is if she's doing the TC role right now and she steps out of that, that's the work that needs to be picked up. So it could be the same thing. It could be you're hiring a both position. It's an EA who assumes TC work and who assumes listing partner work. If we can wrap that all into one and making sure the expectations align with the work of the team. And then once they grow out of that role and the production supports it, then they hand off the TC. But I would say what likely, without knowing too much about your team, likely if she were to step out today, that's the duties that need to be fulfilled, whatever you call it. So I would probably call it an EA, and their primary duty is TC work and listing partner work.
Okay, thank you.
Does that help? Does that help? Does that answer the question?
Yes.
Cool.
Hi.
Hi.
I have a question. So we talked a lot during this first half or session about this, trying to figure out when you're ready and are you maximizing your 20%, all of that. But what if what do you do when you're stuck in like that revolving door that, like, for example, because you focus on your 20% in the morning, then you set an appointment for the same day, you got to prep for the listing appointment, and then your people aren't getting whatever they need throughout the day, questions answered, things done for them, like active clients. So then that flows into the next day. And then because it's been so long ago that they asked you the question or whatever it was, you got to do it in the morning, and then you're not consistent. So that day you don't do the 20%, but then you go back and do it the next day.
That's when you know it's time for leverage right there. Exactly what you just said. Like, because you're focused on your 20%, which is your morning lead generation, whatever that looks like, right? Building relationships, you're focused on that such that other things are falling through the cracks. And those things falling through the cracks are things that will hurt business that you've already earned or not bring new business in. That's when you know. And just like my conversation with Daniel, my thought is if it's things like questions on transactions that aren't getting answered, probably the next logical hire is a subcontract TC, somebody who can hand those off and take all those. That's what causes the reactiveness, is the constant contract questions. Once we're under contract, those constant things that a transaction coordinator can handle for you. That's what a lot of times causes the reactive nature. And that's what feels like an emergency and takes away from our 20% typically.
Okay, yeah, so we have a per contract TC already, thankfully, because it has at night. But it's more like buyers saying, hey, does this one work for Airbnb? Or hey, what are the average rentals in this building? Or little things before, like once you already have the listing, but before listing it, like photos, scheduling, like just like hey, what if we do this? Like just like not before getting under contract, questions before getting, like those types of things. Yeah.
So then I would start to go, okay, I'm trying to figure out. So the first thing I would do is say interrogate your calendar. One, do you follow your calendar? Two, if you do follow your calendar, I would highlight it, however you do it. I would highlight the things that you're doing that somebody else could do. But then with a different color highlighter, I would highlight the things on your calendar that don't need to be done. And that's the biggest challenge is we have a bunch of things on our calendar that don't need to be done. And we don't want to give them away because it's what we've always done and we feel like we're giving it up. And so for me right now in this season, I'm telling people, can we take things off of our calendar for right now that will allow us more time to work here? I'm not saying work outside of your 20%. I'm saying, is there something on your calendar that's not your 20% and doesn't support your 20% that can go away for the time being? So one, what are you doing that you don't need to do? And then two, what are you doing that doesn't need to be done that's on your calendar? And if you get rid of all those things, does it open up the time for you to be reactive in those questions, those, important but not urgent questions that sometimes fall through the cracks? If the answer to that is yes, it opens up time, then you still have capacity. If the answer is no, then okay, now it's time to make a hire, bring the TC back in-house. So when we make that first hire, we're going to get rid of that TC. We don't need to spend money on both, so that the TC work comes back in-house with your first hire and they take over TC work plus all those little things, right? That you don't need to do, yet if they fall through the cracks, it's not going to be good.
Awesome. Super
Does that
helpful.
help?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, super.
Oh, my pleasure.
I have homework.
Yes. Time and how we spend our time is my superpower. So I'll take those questions all day long. Amanda, that is a great book, The Founder and the Force Multiplier. That's a fantastic book. Anyone else? Any other questions? These are awesome questions, you guys. And if you want to move to Tucson or Melbourne, it looks like there's opportunity there.
So Shannon, what do you do? I see you're a consultant. What's your role?
Yeah. So Kristen and I are business partners, and I am I teach and coach full time. I sold my business. I was in active production for many, many, many years, and I sold my business in 2013 when I stepped into
Hey,
leadership
Shana, we
and
can hear
coaching.
you.
Oh, well, I don't know how to fix that. That's a Casey thing.
I don't know how to
Just
fix
getting my
it either,
intro.
but we're gonna figure it out.
Awesome. I'll message you, Daniel. How about that? And I'll let Kristen take back over.
Andrew, no more talking.
You have to be a timekeeper.
Okay. So chapter 2. finding the right talent for your business. So before we can even start taking people through the screening process or any other part of the process, how are we going to actually go fill the funnel? That's really what this chapter is about. Part of it's about. And so first of all, have you aligned your talent search? Whoops, back up one. Aligning your talent search with your leverage needs. So once you figured out that, okay, I'm not a hot mess, I'm in my 20%. Based on our growth and trajectory of our organization, what's the next hire I need to be making? So once you know that, then the question is, how do you align your talent search with those leverage needs? And so we're going to go through like 4 different ways to go find those people. And I'm just going to mention to you the ones that I think will help you get there faster and for less money and probably have a higher degree of success. The second thing is, how do you develop a strategy to lead generate for that talent? So what does that look like? And then how do you implement the best practices for curating that talent pipeline? So first, let's look at what is the definition of talent? A person is considered talent when they are a match for the job that is in the next logical step in their career path. So they're a match for the job when they have the knowledge, skills, track record, and personality to do the job, are a cultural fit for your team or organization, and have a growth mindset. So yes, all of that is true. The key is finding alignment between you, the business, and the candidate. So finding alignment. Alignment looks different to different people. So what are the other indicators of talent? So look on your page 22. I want you to write down as many things as you can think of in 2 minutes that would be a list of traits that a candidate needs to have for you to consider them to be talent for your team or organization. What are the most important things that they need to have? Like, I'll start with the first one. For me, if they're not aligned with the similar values, that's going to be a huge mismatch. I don't care how talented they are. I don't care what their skill set is, their knowledge. None of that matters if number one, for us, if number one is not a match. We have completely different values. That's just going to be a problem. So what else would you guys want in the traits for a candidate that you're going to consider? So just take a minute and jot those down on your page 22. What would they be? What'd you write down, Nick? Give me your couple of them.
Okay. I would say consistent in the way that they show up and perform.
Consistent in the way they show up and perform. Okay.
Similar to what you were talking about with how they show up in the first 90 days, right? When we talk about how do you show up for like a first date or for a job interview? Do they continue to be that person even after the first 30, 60, 90 days?
Mm-hmm.
Another one is coachable, because you could be the best person at, being conversational and building rapport or putting a deal together or whatever. But if you're not going to take coaching from somebody that's already been there or done it or has an idea, then you're kind of just always butting up against that person. And I would say also growth oriented. So entrepreneurial in their job, even if the job itself is a salary job, thinking like, how can I go and do more, achieve more, grow that position? Because ultimately, you know, we're all in organizations that are growing. And so when you grow, you have more spots to fill and you're going to promote from
Right.
within. So if you can kind of think of this as more of a first step, then you're going to be the person that gets the opportunity when it comes, because it's way easier to hire from within than go find external talent.
Why is it easier to hire from within?
Well, you know, they already fit your culture.
Exactly,
You know for a fact that they can go out and create a result because they already did it.
right, 100%. Anybody else have something that he didn't have on their list? Yes,
You'd be shocked, but I have one. So I was trying to find it in my text, but I couldn't fast enough. But there was a list that I'll have to find and I'll share it at some point. It was like the 7 irrefutable traits of talent. And the one that stood out to me the most of the 7 was energy giver versus energy taker, because it's hard to measure for anyone except for you, right? Like, does this person give me energy when I spend time with them, or do I leave and I feel like they took it away?
yeah, yeah, that's a good one too. Energy, because we only have so much of it every day, right? Yeah, so is somebody giving you energy or taking it from you? I like that. That's a good one. I mean, most of us like to be around people who are giving us energy. Right? Anybody else have something different you wanted to share? Yes, Brian.
And then person.
And then,
And then, like, that's who you need in your world, right? Someone that is, like, you said, she's already focusing on December or September.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah, so somebody that's thinking, and what's next, and what's next, and what's next. Yeah, so somebody that's thinking more than just the inside the box.
Yeah.
Okay, there was another hand somewhere. Yeah,
I think for me, it's especially in the administrative side, problem solver.
problem solver.
I think it's super important.
Yeah. You know, it's interesting because early in my career, I like counted it almost as a badge that people all came to me for the answers. That is a really bad thing. Over time, that's a bad thing when you train people that you're the only one that has the answers. So yeah, somebody who can solve problems. Somebody who can think through it and look at the situation at hand and go, okay, here's what we need to do. And I call that critical thinking skills. Not everybody has them. They can be taught. Sometimes I just don't have the patience to teach them. David?
I got pushed the mic. I don't know what that says. And maybe this was said, sorry, I missed the first person's list, but I think a talented person tells me hard things.
Yeah. Tells you hard things. David, did you say something to me last night and you say, is it okay that I just said that to you?
I must have.
He did.
I have the memory of a goldfish.
Yeah, no, he said something to me. He goes, I hope that's okay that I just said that to you. I said, of course, yeah, of course it is. Because A, it was true. B, do you think I already knew it? Yes. Like it wasn't a shocker, right? So, you know, I think that's so true. Can you say the hard things? Can you say the hard things? Now, here's the thing. You have to know your people. So sometimes you can't say the hard things to everyone, but there should be someone that you can say the hard thing to that's in between you and that person that can go say it in a way they can receive it. Because oftentimes focus can appear rude. Focus can appear rude. So for all of us, we shouldn't just want to find talent, but we want to find the right talent for our business. Because everyone has some form of talent in them, but not everybody's the right talent for you or for your business or for Keller Williams. And it's important that we not only find talent, but we know what kind of talent they are and what their mindset is. So let me ask, most of you in the room are in the room because you either are an entrepreneur or you work for an entrepreneur or you have that entrepreneurial spirit. So I want to ask for you guys that are in the room, because I know you are, What drew you to becoming an entrepreneur? Why did you want to be one? Yes,
I wanted to get paid for how hard I worked.
you wanted to get paid for how hard you worked.
I was a teacher.
You were a teacher. A lot of great agents used to be teachers. Yeah, yes.
I hated the idea of working for a boss.
You hated the idea of working for a boss. That's fair. That's fair. Is it your wife? Yeah, I mean, most people who are entrepreneurs really have a hard time with authority. Just take that for what it is, meaning you don't like being told what to do. So you guys, you just have to understand, you don't wear this stuff like a badge of honor, but you better understand who you are and why you are the way you are. But most people who are very successful and tend to be entrepreneurs don't necessarily like being told what to do. So why else did you become an entrepreneur? Or why are you working for an entrepreneur or working with an entrepreneur? Freedom, freedom, baby. So there's an F word that I love, and it's freedom. Think about what it does. Freedom gives you the opportunity to do what you want to do, with whom you want to do it, when you want to do it, as often as you want to do it. That is what, to me, freedom really means. Do I get to do what I want to do, when I want to do it, with whom I want to do it, as often as I want to do it? So I think becoming an entrepreneur is what gives you that freedom. I actually went to college to be at the University of Arizona and I studied real estate, double majored in finance and real estate. So I got out of college and I got my my license June the 18th of 1984. And prior to college, I worked as a waitress. Most of us have waitress, hostess. And before that, when I was 14, I pumped gas at a gas station back when there was actually attendants at the gas station that pumped your gas and checked your oil. That was me. So, so I think most people who are entrepreneurs, they move faster than most people move. They don't like being told you can't do this or this won't work or that's a dumb idea. You know, they like to try things. And most of them have a growth mindset. And most of you in this room want to build something. So who can tell me what the difference is between a talented person and an empire builder? What's that?
They bring you solutions, not problems.
Well, they do. For sure. Talented people definitely bring solutions and not problems. Yes. Talented people can create systems. Yes, but what's the difference between talent and an empire builder? Nick?
An empire builder can succeed through other people.
They have to succeed through other people, but there's something else that talented people can succeed through other people too. So let me just say it this way. There's a lot of talented, so every empire builder is a talented person, but not every talented person is an empire builder. Every empire builder is a talented person, but not every talented person is an empire builder. Empire builders have built something. They've actually built something. So most of you are empire builders, or you're a talented person working with an empire builder. And so if you're going to go build an empire, you're going to have to find other empire builders. So success is working with and through other people with a vision large enough to attract those empire builders to come want to work with you. So if you look at the path to business ownership, for 15 years, I was in I Do It. There's nothing wrong with that. I made a lot of money being a solo agent without help, because back then help was unheard of. You know, any assistant was unheard of. So when I do it, I own the job. I own every piece of the job. When we do it, I still own the job, and I haven't yet succeeded through other people. So it's still, I still own the job. I think of it this way. When we do it, I think of my dentist. He owns a business practice. He's not a business owner, because if he goes on vacation, there's nobody there to drill my teeth. Right? So most people think of a dentist or a solo practitioner who's a doctor that they own a business. No, they own a practice, because when they go on vacation, nobody's there to be a doctor. So that's when you have a job. When you go to they do it, then you have a business. And that's when you're working with and through other people, because when you know that you have a business when you can leave and go on vacation and the business is still operating. So that's when you start working with and through other people. When you go to the empire stage, it's when you actually have talented people who have become empire builders because they have mastered the 20% of their job so much that now they're building something inside of your organization. The classic example of that in my world would be Joe Quattrucci, who is building a massive PCX world inside of my organization that he then tested in all my market centers, that now he has it in other market centers, but yet he's still part of my world. So, you know, when it's theirs, they have taken your vision while they're being, you know, coached to do it, and they've moved past just doing the job, and they actually own the role. And you'll see them building things within the organization. Like they own that piece of that of the organization. So, and you're not going to find a business that doesn't have an empire builder. I listen to podcasts all the time, and whether it's Tommy John's or, you know, Spanx, or like all of them, you hear about usually it's the 5 to 7 years in the trenches where they didn't know if they were going to make it or not, right? Those people who are betting on themselves, who were don't take a paycheck for 7 years and just praying that their credit card goes through on the next, you know, whatever they're doing like that. Those are those people. And so every role that we hire for has the potential to be an entrepreneur, which are talented people that are inside of your business. And the question is whether or not you have the vision that will keep them, because if you don't, they will leave. See, everybody thinks if I teach an agent how to do everything I do, they're going to leave me. They're only going to leave you if they see no path to them succeeding inside your world. That's when they're going to leave. That's when they'll leave. So let me ask you guys this. When you think about the path to business ownership and you look at that up there, tell me which piece of it is harder? Which circle is harder? What's the hardest circle? Owning it? They do it?
I think the we do is hardest. Yeah, convoluted.
Honestly, the hardest one is going from we do it to they do it. Because that requires you as an entrepreneur to give up control. And most of us have a very hard time doing that. And usually when you give up control, you go backwards first before you go forward. And that's super hard to do. I remember when in 2005 is when I stopped being a listing agent. And when I did that, that was super hard to do because I had to give up control, and I also had to watch somebody that was not doing it at the same level I was. I had to go backwards to go forwards. That's not easy. That's not easy. And then in 2010, I gave complete control over the Alaska team to another individual. And, you know, she had to go backwards to go forwards. Today, she'll tell me that she's better than I ever was. If she's watching, wrong. No, I'm just kidding. She is pretty good. But when she started, her conversion rate was 55%. Mine was 95. And the only reason it was 95 is because I didn't want the other 5. So it was hard to go from a 95% conversion to 55. But if you're unwilling to to go backwards to go forwards, you're not going to go forwards. I guarantee it. You're just going to stay at that same place because you're unwilling to take a step back. So that's the hardest place. And also going from we do it to they do it also means you give up the credit. You let someone else walk across the stage, you let somebody pick up the trophy, you let somebody get the credit. You realize that it doesn't matter anymore whether you get the credit. You'll give up the credit all day long as you're heading towards the vision. And I think that's the other thing. So going from we to they is also a lot of ego involved. So you have to ask yourself, is it me go or is it we go? There's a lot of ego in me go. When you decide we go, you just have to be willing to give up the limelight. And some people I'm not saying they're bad people if they don't want to give up the limelight. I'm just saying you're going to stay stuck there if you don't. You're just going to stay stuck there. So if you really want to move forward beyond that, then you've got to be willing to, one, go backwards to go forward. Number two, you have to realize your production may take a hit initially. And number three, you have to give up the credit. You have to let somebody else take the trip across the stage. So activities. I want you guys to look at, I want you to take 2 minutes and just write down the tasks or activities that you would really like to move off your plate. That you would really like to move off your plate. So what that means is that you've identified you've identified some 80% stuff, or some, even if it would, let me say it differently. You've now moved into a different place, and some of the things that was your 20%, it's not your 20% anymore. Something has to come off your plate. So knowing that, that's going to be somebody else's new 20%. Gary Keller says this: someone will skip and whistle all the way to work to do something you don't want to do. So you have to identify what are those tasks going to be that you can get off of your plate in order for you to take on something new or to do this at a higher level. So just jot down, if you would, some tasks and activities that you would really like to move off of your plate. So take like 60 seconds to write those down. So Angel, what tasks do you have to get off your plate in order for you to move forward in what is going to be the next part of your journey as an agent? Everything. I love it. Everything. Yeah, yeah. But so if you think about it, so Angel, you're a successful agent over on the west side, right?
Yeah.
Yep. And what's the next step for you?
My next step is to, well, really to get real about my 20% and focus more in on that, and then hire my admin to come in and handle all the other things that I'm doing right now that.
So there's love. I love one word he just said, hire an admin. Hire an admin. So as you guys created these list of tasks that you want to get off your plate, there's a role that's probably associated with it. And if you go on to KW Connect and go to the resource tab, it's going to show you all the job descriptions for every job in our company. So if you've written down the tasks that you need to get off your plate, then you can go to that resource tab. You can go to KW Connect, go to the resource tab and see the job descriptions for everything in the company. Some of the jobs that are going to come up if you're a mega agent or you want to be a mega agent, you know, it kind of looks like this. There's all those tasks on there. Director of lead gen, director of operations, director of sales, you know, and there's a job description of what those people do. So if I'm coming into your organization, I want to know what the expectation of what you want me to do. What do I need to do? And what do I need to master in the first 90 days such that, first of all, you're not going to fire me. And secondly, you know, I'm helping the organization get where it wants to go. So before you can actually go hire somebody, you need to know what you want them to do. What do you want them to do? So those tasks that you wrote down, and then you go to the resource tab at KW Connect, look at the job description to determine what's the next logical step. Well, if you are a solo agent, the next logical step is going to be hiring somebody, an admin person. And if you hire that admin person correctly, you won't have to hire the transaction coordinator. You won't have to be the one hiring the marketing coordinator. You won't have to be the one hiring those additional people if you hire the right director of ops or an executive assistant, if you read it in the red book, right? This is the model once they brought on expansion. The red book would say an executive assistant. If you hire the right executive assistant, then they can make the additional hires for you. Most of us don't do that. I made 3 admin hires before I ever hired a buyer's agent. Didn't know why I was doing it that way because I wasn't with KW, and Remax was certainly not teaching me that. They ever teach you that, Don? Nope. We were both with Remax for 25 years, so we're still bitter about it. They didn't teach us the things that we needed to learn. I happened to just hire that way, and I'm grateful I did. But the point is because I didn't know there was a hiring process yet, I still was the one making all the hires. Today, I don't make the hires. Philip, did I hire you?
No, my initial interview was with Joe.
Right. So you didn't even meet me till you were already through the process.
So the end of
the group interview.
The final interview was with
right.
you.
Final interview.
Yeah.
Right. Lori, did I begin the process with you? Nope. I just went through the group interview. Right. So the number one thing you can do as you grow is bring your admin people with you so they can learn this process, so they can you're going to trust them to make the hires for you. Right. And then I just go to the group interview. So most people do not hire correctly. They hire, they're a busy agent and they hire a buyer specialist first, and all they do is compound the problems they already have. So because they hire them, they don't understand their value proposition to that buyer agent. They pay the buyer agent to a split that's too high. They realize that they can't be profitable that way, and they have to start all over again. Right, Don?
Yes.
So knowing people's stories, like I know your story, and a lot of people I'm so glad you're here, Angel, because making the right first hire is the most important thing you can do. Getting that stuff off your plate that is not production related and doesn't matter is going to be huge. Yeah.
Well, it's like you have to hire somebody that's not like you, but that goes so against our nature, right? We want to hire somebody that we enjoy, that's just like us, that we enjoy spending time with, but that's not necessarily what we need. We need to hire our weaknesses.
So you probably need to hire, well, let me say this. Most salesmen are DIs or IDs, right? If you're using DIS language. When you're hiring a lead admin, they should be, in my opinion, and I'm using DIS language here for a minute, a DC. Somebody who's aggressive, not social, wants it done yesterday, and absolutely accurate. That's the perfect lead admin right there. So, so do you think some sparks are going to fly if all your lead people have a lot of D in them? Yes, and that's okay. It's okay, as long as we all walk out of the room and we know what the plan is and we all agree on the plan. Let's hash it out in here. So your first level. So number one, whoops, go forward, is you, then a lead admin, then a transaction coordinator, then a showing assistant and a lead manager, an OSA or an ISA. Then a lead buyer's agent overseeing the showing assistant, a lead manager overseeing the OSAs, ISAs. And just understand that sometimes somebody's name could be in more than one circle. So like lead admin, or call it director of ops, whatever you want to call it. Right now, Lori, do you also oversee the ISAs? So your name can be in more than one circle. And then a lead, oh yeah, splitting out outbound and inbound sales. So just because you're good at inbound, you might not be that great at outbound. So they're a little different. But this is just the progression of how you would build out a team. And then hiring a listing agent, after you have a lead buyer agent, hiring a listing agent, and then hire an expansion partner in another location. So what that looked like for me, I was in Wasilla, Alaska. We were getting a lot of leads into Anchorage. So I went and hired in 2012 an expansion partner in Anchorage. She's still my expansion partner in Anchorage today. And then because our leads were naturally going there. And then hiring a director of lead gen and doing more expansion businesses. There's only one market center in Alaska, and you had to get on a plane to go anywhere else, like to Fairbanks, to Juneau, Sitka. So I thought, if I'm going to get on a plane, I'm coming to freaking Arizona, get some where it's warm. 50 years in Alaska, you'd want to come to Arizona too. That's why you'll never hear me complain about the heat, ever, right? Yeah. And then at some point you hire a CEO, and for all intents and purposes, for me, that's Joe Quattrucci. I mean, he's the one that hired you, Philip. He's the one that hired you. And ultimately, it was the three of us that hired you, Rob. We weren't so sure about him. So it took all three of us. But that's kind of the progression of it. And you don't get there overnight. And you know what? Let me just say this. You can have an incredibly great life right there. You can have a great business, make a lot of money right there. Honestly, you can have a great life right there. And I did for 20 years, and I made the money that I needed to invest into what ultimately became that. It was the money that I made at the hub that gave me the profitability to invest in everything else that I did. I didn't try to do it all at the same time. It was sequential. It was over time. I didn't try to do it the same. And what I see people doing is, so that's why I said earlier, and it irritates me, quite frankly, when people wake up and they say, you know what? I want to get out of production. And like I said, they've been an agent for all of like a minute. If you haven't gone through that progression, do you think the chances of you succeeding at getting out of production are going to be high? If you haven't been an agent if you haven't seen a lot, the chances of you becoming successful by getting out of production after you've been in production for like 2 years is slim to none. It really, because you know what? Most business people are out of business within the first 3 years. Most agents are 87% of all agents are out of real estate within 5 years. So you think you've been an agent for 2 years and you're going to go build a team? And, I'm just saying, if you want to succeed, do it sequentially and build upon your success. But it's really hard to do it if you try to do it all at once. There's only one person I know of that did it. But he'd been an agent before that, and he'd been a team leader after that. And then he went and just started a 7th level team without ever going back into production. But he didn't do that because he'd been a real estate agent before. But it's not easy to do. Okay, so if you're looking at what you need to do, and if you're on the agent side of this, not the market center side of it, you know, you already looked at the tasks that you want to get off your plate. I guess my question is, beyond just the tasks you want to get off your plate, what excites you about your future? What excites you about where you're going? So if you think about where you're going, not just what you want off your plate, what else would you want that person to support you in? What other support would you want in that new role so that you could go do this? What would that look like? What other support would you want? There's some parts of this business that I never ever want to do again. So what would that, ideally, if you could wave a magic wand and you could have that person do whatever you wanted them to do, what would it be? That's one of the questions I ask people when I'm interviewing it. If I could wave a magic wand and you could get up tomorrow and do only the things that you want to do, what would it be? Tells me where their passion lies. So what would you want if you're building a team and you know the activities, because we already talked about them, that you would want off your plate? What else excites you about the future of your business? If you've taken somebody through the motivational interview, you know what it is that excites them, what the next thing that's going to excite them about their business. Like we've already said it, but Rob didn't move 20, halfway around the country to go to work and be average and be in the US and be average and have his 3 boys be average and have them go to average schools and turn out average and his wife be average and their house be average and their car be average. That's if you could buy a car. It's a joke. He went to buy a car and didn't have credit in the US and couldn't buy a car. It's one of those things, but you wire around it. But the point is what would you want your business to look like if it could? Where are you headed? So does this person, are you not only hiring for the tasks that you want them to do for where you are, but for where you're going? What would you want them to be able to do beyond just those tasks? If you constantly hire for where you are, you're going to be constantly hiring. Understand this though, at some point, I remember it was one of the first conversations I had with Gary Keller. And I said, I've got this person on my team. I was still in Alaska. So this would have been, like 2006 or 7. And I said, I don't get it. She walks in one day and she's Jekyll. She walks in the next day and she's Hyde. I don't understand it. He goes, well, has there been anything changed? Like in your vision? Is there, has anything changed? I said, well, at the beginning of the year, I kind of said, this is back in the day when I told everybody what I wanted versus all of us getting together and, agreeing on where we were going. And I said, yeah, I wanted to get to 100 million. Gary laughed, said, I get it. He said, you're here at 55 million and you just made an announcement that you want to go to 100 million. And he said, do you want to know why she's coming in as Jekyll one day and Hyde the other? She doesn't want to go with you. And she's conflicted about it. She's worked for you for quite a while. And she's super happy right here. She is not happy about that and does not want to go with you. It was true. So hire for where you're going, not for where you are. The only way you're going to know that is taking them through the motivational interview and understand what do they want in the job, what do they want for money, and what are the other 2 things that are most important to them, and are you the leader that can get them there? If you're not, help them onto a leader who can. And be willing to let them know you know what, I appreciate where you want to go. I'm not the leader that can get you there, and know the difference. So as you guys think about that, mapping out, if you're on the agent side of this business and mapping out, where you want to go, look at the activity, map out your organization. So first of all, if you're a single solo agent, write that down. And then the question is, who do you want reporting to you next? And what are they going to do for you? We've already looked at, well, what do those tasks look like for your future? What else would you want them to do? And what's the next step in the organizational model for you to be successful? Is it hiring a director of lead gen? What is it? What's the next step? Is it hiring your first, admin? Make sure you hire well. Make sure that that person, can go pick up your dry cleaning today, but could run your organization 10 years from now. That's not easy to find. Most of us don't see that well. I didn't, for sure. But so map out your organization. So on your page is page 31. I call it mind mapping. So think of it this way. If you put your real estate business in the middle, and you know what the tasks are that you need hired for next, and you know where you're going in terms of your vision, what you want out of your vision, what is the next person what do you need your organization to look like to get there? Because you're going to sequentially want to make those hires in that order. So what else would you want? What else does it need to look like in order for you to get where you want to go? That means you have to write it down, Andrew. You're looking at your org charts. I see it. Yeah, I was thinking about our org charts last night. I'm thinking we have to rewrite them. They just
Like every
change.
6 months.
Yeah, for sure. So make sure you have them in a program that it works really well in, right? I was just thinking about hours and it's like, ugh. Redoing it. But it helps you get clarity. And if it's just you, what's the next step? Is it if it's just you, it's probably an admin. It's probably an admin.
But to your point, you should know where you're going. That admin will help you for the next 6 months, but what about 3 years from now?
Right, right. So the biggest mistake I made is I didn't hire a personal assistant soon enough. I hired admin people in my job, but I wish I had hired a personal assistant. I don't only hired a personal assistant like 5 years ago. And I wish I got in my own way because I thought in order to be a good mother, good wife, good friend, I should do these things forever, like a death sentence. And if I had only thought about it sooner, it's like, no, I should have hired a personal assistant to do all that personal stuff back then too, earlier. It wasn't because of the money. It's because I had to get out of my own way of thinking that was what I should do. Like you should scrub your toilets for the rest of your life. That's not what I thought. But I mean, there's some things that I just thought that I should be doing in order to be a good wife and a good mother. So my only wish is that I made the hire of the personal assistant much sooner than I did. So if you're on the market center side of it, we're going to go through that in a minute, and then we're going to go to behavior, which is probably my favorite part. It's talking about natural behavior, modifiers, thinking traits. Ryan, you're doing a good job there, buddy. You're copying it out. That's funny. So what we did in order for me to think about it is like, okay, what does the market center org chart look like? What does the KCN org chart look like? And then there are different pieces of it. Okay, well, what do our hubs look like? And so it took a while to get them all lined out. And how do they interact with one another?
Feels like more of a spider web than
It is.
chart.
It for sure is. Yeah, and actually that's the way it looks a lot of the time, because sometimes somebody that's doing one thing in my world here is doing something else over here. More than one thing. So I just encourage you to, if you lack of a better word, and Andrew said it, mind map it out. Just, that's the way I think of it. And I do not like titles, just FYI. I think titles are worthless because it locks people into thinking that this is the only way it should be done. What and same with locations. With an expansion mindset, it's like we're hiring for things, for certain things, but they could wake up tomorrow and be in Prescott, and the next day be down in Tucson, and the next day be over in the west side. It's like, because people get locked into thinking job is location specific, and it's definitely not specific in our world. So, when people say I work in Scottsdale, I always say, no, here's what you do. And tomorrow you could wake up and be in Prescott, because here's why. If tomorrow Erica in Prescott is sick, I'm going to say, Dakota, go to Prescott. So I don't want them to get locked into thinking that somehow if I ask Dakota to go to Prescott, like I'm asking her to do something extraordinary. The job needs done. The job you're doing, onboarding and offboarding and our partnership introductions can be done from anywhere. So if Erica's sick tomorrow in Prescott, I want you to get in your car and drive to Prescott tomorrow. So I think that's the other thing is don't get locked into a location because that will lock you in to growth. So as we grow, we think of things in terms of what needs to be done. And could it be done at an extraordinary level if one person was doing it across all of Arizona instead of a person in all these locations trying to do the job exceedingly well? So that's why it's like, here's the job. And oh, by the way, you might, tomorrow you could be in Sierra Vista. So that's how we want people to think. It's like, I'm doing this in a part of a global picture, not location specific. Because shoot, I'm in all those locations all the time. So in terms of market centers, those are the typical roles in a market center. And we think of it, it's really hard to get people to stop thinking like silos, thinking market center specific. Instead, think job description, and you can do your job from anywhere. Like our onboarding is way better than it's ever been before because we have one person doing it across all of our locations. So you think she's going to be more efficient, there's going to be a better experience, and there'll be more value to the agent. So that's what I always think about. Is this going to make the agent experience better? Is it going to be more efficient? And it allows us to grow exponentially. So when you think about all those things, like even our MCCTT in Tucson is also our MCTT out in Goodyear. So think of it as who's the best person to do the job that can actually do the job at the highest level. So those are all the job descriptions. This is what it looks like for a typical market center. Can you add value and grow at the same time? Is there anybody in here other than a couple people that are on the market center side? Because if there's not, I won't spend a ton of time on it. Awesome. I think there's only one. Okay, but that's kind of the market center organizational chart. So let's talk about the KPA personalities. That'll be more fun. I think I will back up and say this about the market center, and that is most of the time we're always looking at how do we define, how do we identify the gap in what we have right now versus what we need? What would it look like and how could we design it for where we're going and not for just where we are? So when you think about the KPA personality traits, there's specific behavior, then there's modifiers, and there's thinking traits. So there's 7 behavioral traits. The first 4 are like the primary. So assertiveness, sociability, responsiveness, and structure. And then there's the modifiers, adaptability, intensity, and optimism. And the scores are anywhere from 0 to 100, 0 to 10. And if you're on the extreme sides of that, either a 0 or a 10, it just means that your chances of that changing is slim to none. So if you're a 4, 5, or 6, depending on the situation, you might flex up or flex down. And so, the low and high scores just represent extremes. And just remember, the closer you are to the center of a number, it just means you're more flexible. It doesn't mean you're bad if you're not flexible. It just means that you can flex your behavior more than somebody that's at the extremes. Huh?
Pretty rare. See a lot of people in the middle.
You see a lot of people in the middle? No, not generally. I mean, they might be in the middle on a couple of things. But so if you look at page 35, the trait definitions of behavior. Oh, and I forgot, then there's also the thinking traits. So we'll talk about thinking traits also. But if you look at page 35, well, I don't want to go that far, that fast. Back. So if you go to page 35 and you look at the behavior. So when you guys think about assertiveness, take an initiative. low versus high. How would you describe someone highly assertive? Hmm? Driven. Direct. Pardon me? What in fast? Cold? Oh, cold. They may appear cold on the outside, right? Oh, bold? Oh, bold.
I think she said.
What? Take charge, right? If you found yourself behind enemy territory, would you want one of those people with you? I would. So if they're on the more reserved side, meaning they're not highly assertive, they're more slowly to take action, they're more conservative in their action. They like cooperation, planning. When faced with an obstacle, they tend to stop and reassess. So, and they're typically receptive to taking orders, if you will, from the people that are on the at the extreme end, like a 10. Sociability. Sociability means they desire to work with and through other people. They love being around people. Being around people gives them energy. So they want to work with other people. Most real estate agents are highly sociable. They like people. So if you're high on the sociability, it means you like to interact with lots of people. If you're not, you're more of an introvert. It just means you would prefer to do tasks task oriented versus people oriented. Responsiveness, how a person reacts and responds. Calm versus impatient. So most of your administrative people, are they going to be, where would they be on the responsiveness?
Probably fairly high.
Well, they can be impatient. However, most of them are probably going to be in the middle of the road, more calm. So if you're highly responsive, it means you're pretty impatient. Responsiveness doesn't mean I'm responding to you kindly. It means I'm highly responsive. Get it done. And then structure. You either like structure or you don't. You know, so if you think about that, like someone who's a closing coordinator is are they gonna be more structured or less structured? More structured, right? Most real estate agents are what? Less. Their paperwork's horrible. Trust it. Lori and I are designated brokers. How's the paperwork for agents, Lori? Agents. Is it if they don't have a closing coordinator doing their paperwork for them, what's their paperwork look like when it initially comes in?
It varies.
It looks scary.
It varies.
It varies. Yeah, but I mean, traditionally, real estate agents are super good salesmen and terrible at paperwork. That's why they need closing coordinators and listing coordinators. Okay, adaptability. Now, this one might initially, what seems obvious is not. So if you are like a 10 on adaptability, what that means is you're very concerned with what other people think. And you're going to consider all of their feelings when making a decision. If you're not highly adaptable, it means you're going to make the decision you think is right, regardless of whose feelings it hurts. Now, that's the extremes. I find a lot of people are on the middle on this one, although if you look at somebody's KPA and their adaptability is down near the 0 mark, all that means is, it doesn't mean that they're not adaptable. All it means is they're going to make the decision they think is best, regardless of your feelings. Where up here, they're going to care about what you think. So if you're highly adaptable, it means you care about what other people think in making a decision. You want to be more collaborative. You want to hear everybody out. Where if you're on the low end of the spectrum, you're going to be like, you know what, this is the right decision. And if you don't like it, I'm sorry, but this is what we're doing. Those are the extremes. Okay. Intensity. I talked about this one earlier. If you are highly intense, call it hot. When frustrated, you respond with a high degree of emotional vigor. Whether or not this frustration or vigor is displayed outwardly depends on your responsiveness. So if you've got somebody that's highly responsive, which is, impatient and highly intense, you're going to see it coming a mile away. If you see someone that is highly intense, but their responsiveness is lower, you're going to see more of a cool as a cucumber. So just understand intensity. Those first four are your primary behaviors. My husband and I are almost identical on the first four. Where we are very different is in intensity and adaptability. So he's going to react less strongly when frustrated. I'm going to respond a lot more emotionally than he is, meaning I'm going to go from 0 to 100 like that. In terms of adaptability, you guys, this is a class where I assume you want me to be very transparent. I don't care what you think. I don't care if you hate my guts. Matter of fact, I tell my team that sometimes. You're probably not very happy with me right now, and that's okay. But here's what needs to be done. My husband would never say that. He would never say that. Optimism. So if you're extremely optimistic, you're never going to see the negative side of things. If you're skeptical, I think of myself as very optimistic, but I score really super low on this. So, but there's no black hat like my husband. He is a black hat all day long. He will see every single pitfall that could possibly happen. So just think of if you're low on optimism, you're going to think of it as like a black hat. You want to read a good book, it's called The Six Thinking Hats. So black hat would be very low on optimism. Someone who's highly, see, I only score seriously like a 1.5 on optimism, and I think I'm very optimistic. So if I get a KPA on somebody and they're like a 9 on optimism, the chances of me hiring them are slim to none. Why? Yeah, they see the world through rose-colored glasses. They think everything's going to work out okay. They don't think with the they don't begin with the end in mind. And it's just like I would never. It would be very unusual for me to hire somebody that's that high on optimism, because I'm going to constantly be having to explain to them all the reasons why this probably isn't going to work out. So when you guys think about that, and you think about when you get a KPA in, so someone mentioned to me earlier, hey, I don't understand why this person's behaving this way. I said, send me their KPA, let me look at it, and they'll tell you exactly why. The better you understand this, the more, like, people send me KPAs all the time. They'll say, can you look at this and tell me how this, I can look at it and go, okay, this is how they're going to show up. I can tell you exactly how they're going to show up, because this doesn't lie. You can fake the disc, you can fake a lot of things, but this is not going to lie. You're going to know exactly how they're going to show up by just looking at this. So this is like the definitions of the behavior. So when I say that, like, what comes to your mind? What questions do you have? Concerns do you have with the natural behaviors? Why are you got your arms crossed and looking at me like that?
No, I'm good. A little bit cold. I'm gonna throw my hoodie on so I have more open
stance.
Body posture.
My hands are cold too. It is pretty cold in here. So Tegan can turn the temperature up 2 degrees by just flipping that. So you guys, when I say these things, like, that behavior is not bad nor good. It just is. It just is. And you go put somebody that is highly driven, super intense in an admin role, you're gonna, it's not gonna work out. So that's why you need to understand this. So it doesn't take a long, it takes maybe some life experience, but it doesn't take a long time to take these and be able to know exactly how somebody's going to show up. And when you're trying to make sure that you make the right hire for the needs that you have, and you don't want to be rehiring again in 2 years because you hired for where you were, not for where you're going, and you want to make sure that their own natural behavior. See, when people are placed in a position where they can use their own natural behavior, they're 6 to 8% more productive and they're happy. So that's why it's important to understand this stuff so that you don't put somebody in a role that their natural behavior is just not going to work out.
So, you said hire where you're gonna be in like 2 years, right? And
Hire for where you're going.
hire for where you're going, right? And I don't mean to like refute it, I wanna know what your opinion is on that thing, right?
Okay.
There's a book called High Growth Handbook, and in it talks about hiring for where the need that you have right now, knowing that you may have turnover in the people that you hire because your needs will change as a business, right? And they're launching huge, massive tech startups, right? In the book, a lot of the and so it's not like they're trying to build a relationship with an admin or a personal assistant, which you probably hire for the rest of your life if you can, right? But how do you feel about that? Like, is the CEO or is the director of ops the person that you hire right this second? Or do you need it to be 2 years? Because man, the business is going to change a lot in the next 24 months.
Do you know how you're going to know whether or not you're hiring for where you're going versus where you are?
I've asked the question, that's why.
So we'll go over it tomorrow. It's like the motivational piece will tell you everything. See, these natural behaviors are going to show up, and this person could be, let's just take like someone highly aggressive, some people oriented, impatient. You know, you could take this, and that person, their natural behavior can work for where you are. The only way you know whether or not it's going to work for where you're going is to do the motivational interview on them. So you understand whether they're accepting that position for where they are today in their life, or whether they're accepting that position because they believe in the vision and want to go where you're going. That's the difference.
It's more about their motivation, but
100%. And you're not going to know that unless you do the motivational interview on them.
yeah.
And
They
we
might
have,
have the right behavior for the role, but their motivation and yours could be wildly different.
and we have a motivational interview recorded
Right.
for you guys on our Facebook page, so you can
Yeah,
see
so
that.
you'll see, I don't know, did I do the life story or the motivational interview on you, David? Did I do both? I mean, like we filmed it. I did one on you, one on Joe, and then one of you together.
One was
But-
life story, motivation.
I don't remember.
interview, And then there was one other video.
Yeah, so I did these videos because let's just say you don't make a major hire for 6 months. Are you gonna remember everything I said about the motivational interview? You probably won't. But so we filmed the life story. I don't remember if I did it on David or Joe, and then the motivational interview. And then I got them both together and I said, why do you think I asked you that question? Why did I ask you this question? What did that mean? So because you can have two people with the same behavior, but if you don't understand the 4 quadrants of what's important to them, you could be hiring somebody for where you are and not for where you're going. And the motivational piece is how you're going to know.
That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. Thank you.
So I don't think hiring for where you are is a bad thing. It's just that if I don't want to rehire again in 2 years, I have to know, you know, at the end of the day, when we do the motivational piece, I always come out of it with a word that really represents the whole thing. And so it's kind of like, do I come out of the motivational interview thinking this person is talent, or do I come out of it thinking they're an empire builder?
Yeah.
Great question. Other questions about just behavior, how it shows up. And I don't remember who, I think maybe you said it, Andrew. Everybody in my world isn't exactly like me. You know, they don't have, but what I would say is that all of them better have some aggression, or it's not going to work. They just don't have to be as aggressive as me. You know what I mean? So it you know, it's not like we have everybody in my world has D in them. Everybody.
We can't communicate at the same level if we're not speaking the same language.
Very hard. Very hard. Yeah.
Really understand.
So what behavior is he? He has a lot of I in him? Now I understand why you asked the question earlier.
Fairly aggressive.
So let me ask you a question that will tell me which one, well, I'm not going to tell you why I'm going to ask it. I'll ask you a question. real quick. What's more important to you if you had to choose, if you have to choose? Do you want to be liked or do you want to get it done?
I probably ramrod it through and get it done if I absolutely had to.
Okay. So when somebody's a D and an I, ask them that question. Like at the end of the day, the job has to be done. Are they going to get it done? Or are they going to come over and buddy up to Andrew and be nice?
I'm gonna walk into Rochelle's office and say, I need this done right now.
What if that question is just a little different? You have to fire somebody and they're gonna despise you for it. That's getting it done.
For sure.
Well,
That would.
I did that.
Especially if it's somebody you've known for a long time. That's when you know. And oh, by the way, most I's think they're D's. Don? That was close.
In the course of a career or a month or a week or a day,
Yeah,
that can change, can it?
their behavior?
I mean, a D and an I, I mean,
No, your motivation can change, which will drive you to be one more than the other.
it moves
But
the
you,
needle.
who you are, if you're a woman, probably after the age of 20, 22, you are who you are. A guy, a little longer. For one of my sons,
Yeah,
like
we'll
35. But you know, I ended up with 2 daughters, both are high Ds. And I had 3 sons, all high Is. And my daughters would always say, how come Zach how come he has all these friends coming over for dinner? I said, well, if you want friends, girls, you're gonna have to show yourself friendly. You know, but that showed up in their behavior early in life. So today, depending on what their motivation is, they can turn into, they can turn on some I.
So the motivation moves the needle.
Motivation,
one
okay,
way
I'll
or
give
the
you
other.
another example. We had a gal on our team. She was an IS. She wanted to get married, wanted this great wedding, wanted this beautiful ring, wanted all this stuff. She never made more than $30,000 a year in her life. How much money do you think she made the next 12 months? Because her parents weren't paying for it and her deadbeat boyfriend wasn't paying for a ring either.
Lot.
She made 110 grand.
Yeah.
Had the wedding, big ring, everything, right? What do you think happened the next year?
30,000.
She went back to being a $30,000 a year agent. So motivation can make you do things that you typically, your natural behavior won't, but it's not sustainable. Yeah.
What about like self-education and going through that process where you self-educate yourself and then you understand by learning and you change the way you are? Is that possible as well?
No.
Okay.
You can soften your edges. Here's how you know who you are. If I'm not under significant stress, I can appear differently. But when I'm under stress, I appear the same way every time.
Yeah.
So under stress, no matter how much education, no matter how much thinking skills you have, no matter how much experience you have, under stress, you will revert to who you are every time.
What about like on that too, like say if you learn to cope with that and say, for example, that you learn to process stress differently, that you learn to, you know, meditate, you've learned to like really calm yourself down.
Those things are just, they're accommodations. You're accommodating to scrub off the rough edges that you've got.
But your true self will still
The
come through.
truth, you are who you are.
Yeah.
You can make yourself, you can soften it up.
Yeah.
But if you're under stress, like somebody just abducted your child, who you are is coming out.
Yeah. Okay.
So over time with experience, education, you know, you can soften everything. But at the end of the day, under stress, you are who you are. The only time that would change in life is if you've had a significant life event. I have a son who was an IC, highly sociable, but liked things done a certain way. And he had a significant life event. And he is today his D and his I flipped. Now he's a D. So if you have a significant life event, you know, cancer, loss of a child, loss of a sibling, divorce, something major in your life, it can alter your behavior. Other than that, you're going to be who you are. That doesn't mean you have an excuse to be rude and a jerk. So let's think about thinking traits for a second. Any more questions about natural behavior? Yes. D, driven, direct, obnoxious, gonna run right over you, gonna totally destroy you, get out of my way, or I will annihilate you. Who is Joe? Oh. Okay.
IP though, right? Yeah. Oh, 0 I.
That does not surprise me, right? So I don't remember who I was talking. Oh, no, it was you, Philip, because Philip's new to our team. And at the break, I said, you know, we were talking about sociability. I said, I'm not social. He goes, I think you're incredibly social. I'm like, oh, no, I'm not. Like Angie's shaking her head. No, I am not. No, like, so for most highly social people, like, well, David's a DI or an ID, depending on the day. But David, if he was up here today, all day, he is just, his energy levels going like that, right? At the end of this day, I will be totally and mentally exhausted. Unless in between, I can get some tasks done and get my energy back. That's how you know, are you more task driven, more people driven? So there's not bad nor good, but once you understand, here's how it helped me. And I didn't learn this till like 5 years ago. When I let other people schedule my entire schedule, it was somebody who was an I. So what did you think she did? Appointment after appointment was what? People. And every day I'm like, why? I'm like, what is wrong with me? I must be getting older. I don't have my, you know. And finally one day I figured it out. If she scheduled, I would, so in an hour, I would only let her schedule one like interaction with people. And then there had to be time in between that for me to get stuff done, tasks done, email, check, whatever I'm just stuff like, and I would get all my energy back. And so I learned, I just started to understand my own natural behavior. Like I get energy from getting things done. So in order for me to get enough energy for the next phone call, especially like when I was recruiting for team leaders and I was talking to people all the time, I had to get tasks done in order to get my energy back. So I only wish I had learned that like 40 years ago, but I just didn't know what I didn't know, right? So then if you add in the thinking traits, this adds a whole nother complexity to it. So preferred and not preferred. Preferred and not preferred doesn't mean the world prefers this and not that. What it means is you as a person prefer this or not that. So when you think about logical problem solving, if you prefer logical problem solving, it means you're going to use a process and you're going to be process oriented, meaning strategic thinkers. They're able to organize their ideas and put them in a logical order. That's their preferred method if they're a logical problem solver. If they're not if they don't prefer that, then they like rapid fire, you know, just let me shoot from the hip, blah, blah, blah. Now I found this very confusing at first because there's a lot of things that I do. They're just rapid fire shoot from the hip. Then there's other things that I'm like, I have to put it in logical order. You know what I discovered? This may help you. If it's a topic that I know a lot about and have a ton of experience, I will be rapid fire all day long. If it's something that maybe I don't have as much experience in, or it's going to have a significant impact, I will want to think logically through each step of it. So when it says preferred versus not preferred, if you look at my KPA, it would say that I'm middle of the road. And now I know why. If I have a ton of experience, I'm going to be rapid fire all day long. And if I don't, something I'm unfamiliar with, I'm going to be very logical and methodical through it. Rapid problem solving. People just tend to know the answers versus people who are logical. I found myself in the middle on this one too, for the very same reason. I prefer a logical approach when with something new. But if I have a lot of experience in something, then I just know the answers. How do you know that? Well, I just know. Like I've done that. I've been here 1,000 times before. So for me, you know, if you're interviewing somebody that's young, like in their 20s, believe them when they say one or the other, because they probably don't have enough experience to be both of them. Meaning who they are is going to show up. How they prefer to think is going to show up. So why that would matter? Like if I'm hiring an admin and it's a young person and they do not prefer logical problem solving and they prefer to be super rapid, that might be a problem for me. Because they're not going to slow down enough to ask questions and to learn, again, they don't have enough experience to make the rapid fire fast decision. So just understand that these thinking traits can become super important depending on how much experience someone has. A spatial visualization. Anyone hiring an admin and their KPA score comes back and they're super high on spatial visualization, that's a super cool thing. You know what that means? They can think about a lot of the things in their head and work them out in their head without ever having to write them down. Meaning they can logically think through multiple things all at the same time in their head, and they don't have to write it down. So somebody who's going to be a super good admin will score high on spatial visualization. Doesn't mean they can't be a good admin if they don't, but just know if they score high on spatial visualization, they can do a lot of things in their head. They don't need to write it down like most of us do. Vocabulary. Vocabulary is vocabulary. But what I would tell you is that most team leaders have a very high vocabulary, score very high on this. There's a super, very, very successful agent that when we first did the KPA scored super low on vocabulary and he wanted to take the test again. He still scored super low. And he felt bad, you know, he's like, you know, and this guy is uber successful. If I told you who it was, you'd be like, really? But it was because he was young. He was just young. You know, how many of you had a super good vocabulary when you were like 25? So just because you don't have a super high score on vocabulary, it just means you don't have verbal fluency. You know, like I'm amazed at just the skill level of the verbal fluency that Don has, but part of it's probably because of his age. Probably didn't have that same verbal fluency when he was young. So if you've got a young guy with a super high verbal fluency, he's going to be an attractor of people, natural attractor of people. So all this stuff, you know, all these thinking traits, once you understand them and you know how people show up and you know how they naturally show up, it's just going to help you in knowing, is this role going to be a good role for them to be in or not? It will just help you with that. So questions about the thinking traits. If you are just recruiting, meaning you're a team leader and you're recruiting agents to the market center, you're only going to go through the 4 primary traits because you're only going to give them the personal report, which doesn't go through the modifiers nor the thinking traits. So the test is like 20 minutes long versus an hour. If you're hiring for a major position, you want them to take the actual job, not the personal return run, but the job profile, because it's going to give you all this other stuff to help you understand how they think. So questions about it? There's 3 types of talent. Which one do you want? Which one do you want?
Depends on where you are.
It does, doesn't it? When would you want potential talent?
When you can't afford proven talent.
When you don't have any money? When you don't have any money? Yep. So potential talent, meaning it may mean that they did something somewhere, but not in this line of work. Maybe they were like, I don't know, a cross-country runner and won championships in high school or something. They prove it, they have talent, somewhere in their life, but it's not, but they've never proven it in the real estate world. Okay. So potential talent, it's just the least expensive. Don't know how good they are yet. That's also why, you typically you can hire them at a lower wage and do better in the organization. You can pay them more, but typically potential talent is just, you can afford them. What risk do you run by hiring potential talent?
Be wrong.
Yeah, they might not work out. You could be doing it all over again. Yeah. So if you could pick like probably the perfect one, which one is it? Emerging. When would you hire proven talent? When would you hire proven talent?
Capital, you have the resources, first of all.
Well, that could be one. Yes, of course. But why else? Yes, could be. Yes, but proven talent also brings with it what? Their own biases, their own way of doing things. I'm not going to do it your way. So proven talent isn't always the answer. The only time I've hired proven talent is when it wasn't in my area of expertise. When I started a call center, I hired proven talent because I'd never run a call center before. So you hire proven talent when it's not in your area, not to manage it. Proven talent is the most expensive talent. Emerging talent, I would say the sweet spot because they've proven it in somewhere in their work life, somewhere in real estate, but maybe not in the role that you're hiring for. It might be their next logical opportunity. So the risk is less than potential talent, the cost that you're going to pay is so there, there's no right nor wrong. But David, did we not just have this conversation about somebody that we're looking at right now? Yeah, we did. We're like, you know what, this could be a really great opportunity. Because most people who are super talented when they're young, they don't know it. They don't know it yet. And you also have the opportunity to mold them and to have influence on them.
We're going to talk about retention tomorrow, right?
Retention will come out as we talk about like the life story, the motivational interview, the thinking questions, because the more you understand who they are, the more you can speak to them and retain them. And also you really understand what their values are. So you're not going to hire somebody that's such a mismatch that they're going to leave. Retention is all about understanding their motivation and understanding whether or not you align. If you don't align, they're leaving. If you don't understand their motivation and can't help them get where they want to go, they're leaving. That's what retention really is. But it'll come out as we talk about it tomorrow. So talent, when you think about talent and those three types of talent questions, what questions do you have?
How do we get access to the KPA?
Pardon me?
How do we get access to the KPA?
You just email the MCA. Have you ever taken it?
I took it a long time ago, yeah.
It's still,
so I need.
yeah. So all they need is the email address of the person that you're looking to hire and what job, and they can send it to them.
Okay.
Yeah, Archie.
I was gonna say about that KPA too. I remember the first time I took it was the first time that when I had moved here and just prior to joining your team. I had another team that I did the KPA for. And anyways, and then I'm like, well, I already did the KPA. And then anyways, you're like, well, no, you need to do the KPA. So I like did it again, like within 3 days or 4 days or whatever it was. And I'm like, Jesus, see if I remember what I did the first time in order to redo the second, because I don't want it to be different. Hope to, you know what I mean? And it was really interesting because the difference that it was, there really was not a difference. They were very much the same, and without even, trying to do anything, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And it was really interesting because I thought, gosh, is it going to be different? But it was really followed suit between the first one and then the second.
You can fake out the disc. You can manipulate the disc. The KPA, you cannot, and I'll tell you how I absolutely know that. So when the KPA first come out, Gary had all of his top 100 take it, right? He wanted to see, like, were they getting all these little things right? And I didn't like some of it. He said I was low on optimism. I'm like, how can you even say that? Like, there's certain things that I was like, I didn't like what it said. So I said, I wanted to take it again. And I knew what I knew, and I still tried to manipulate it and still couldn't.
Yeah, I mean, but it's also
Still could not.
How it literally, it just stayed in track with both of them.
Like, it really made me mad that I didn't have like a high spatial visualization. Like, I think things through my head, but it and it just is what it is. And optimism, so, but once I understood what those things meant, because I don't think of myself as a black hat at all. But trying to manipulate it, I couldn't do it. I could not do it. Knowing what I knew, I still couldn't do it. So I think I moved one of them, from, I didn't even measure a 1. I think I was a half of 1, and I think I got it to a 1. But yeah, but you can manipulate the disc once you know it. Like, I could show up as an S if I wanted to. Okay, so the last section of chapter 2, lead generating for talent. So I think so if we think about where we started today about thinking about, are you a hot mess? So do you need to fix you first? If you are operating in 20%, you realize you do need to make a hire. What are those things that you need to make a hire for? What does that job description look like? So now how do you go lead generate for talent? So if you want a large pool of candidates to choose from, where are you going to go find them? Where are you going to go find people to lead generate for? Now, everybody knows about Indeed. Okay, great. Well, okay, so do you want to go through 100 applications, or do you want to go through 10? So there's no right nor wrong. But in order for you to lead generate for talent, you need to know who you're looking for. You need to be able to create it, like your value story, your elevator pitch, so to speak. But more than anything, how do you create a MOFR around the job description you're looking for? So what's a MOFR? Right. So how do you create your narrative such that somebody wants to move towards you? Like, we're one of the fastest growing real estate teams in the country. We have no debt, and we're looking for really talented people like you. Come, look, whatever. Like, so how do you create a MOFR? What's the number one way that you create a MOFR? Bam. What problem are you trying to solve? So figure out what problem you're trying to solve first. That's how you create a message for immediate response. Like, nobody's going to respond to a message. It doesn't matter right now. So what problem are you trying to solve for? So when we talk about creating the talent MOFR, the job description, it's like, what problem are you trying to solve? And then you need to make sure that whatever offer you're making solves that problem. So right now, let's think of it in the real estate world. What problem do buyers have right now?
Not enough houses.
Not enough houses. What else? Interest rates. So if I put out an ad right now that says, I'm the most experienced real estate agent, I've been a real estate agent for 40 years, you should call me. Is anybody going to call me? No. But if I put out something to answer your question, something like, want to sell your house but don't know where you go? call me for the 7 whatevers. You see what I mean? Like, what problem are you trying to solve? You have to figure that out first, and then so that your message will cause people to like raise their hand. So if you are trying to create a job description that would cause people to want to come to work with you, what's it going to look like? Well, it's going to look, first of all, you have to look at what you're wanting to hire for, right? So let's say I was trying to hire for an admin that I wanted to be with me for 10 years because I don't want to rehire. I wanted them to be a strategic thinker. I want them to be able to solve problems without coming to me for everything. What kind of a hook might I put out there, given that that is the problem I'm trying to solve for me? What would it look like? Well, for me, like, I'm probably looking for someone for that job description, probably somebody in their late 40s, early 50s, right? Somebody that kids are grown, right? So if I'm thinking about that, I'm thinking, well, what would appeal to them? Would you love to come to work for somebody, but not work for somebody? See what I mean? You got to figure out a way to attract them. Would you like to make decisions and move the ball? I'm making this up, but you guys see what, like, if I was, let me think of one.
Struggling to get back to the working environment, having been out of employment for a while, maybe we have a talented position for talented people that don't have job experience.
Or in my particular case, it might look something like, want back in the work field and want to be a boss, or want to work for a boss, but not work for a boss. You know what I mean? It's like, that would not, somebody in their 20s is not going to apply for that. So you have to understand who you're looking for, what skill set you want, and then what am I going to put out there that would cause the right people to move towards me? Yeah.
Well, and I think the more clarity you have on the job description,
Yes.
you start talking to people about, hey, who do you know
Right.
that looks like this?
This.
And you'd be shocked how many people will know somebody that they'll start just funneling people to you.
Right.
Right? Like, a lot of people don't realize not everybody has job openings right now. Right? So when you start talking about like, hey, we need great people and we pay really well and we have huge opportunity, you know, who do you know that looks like this? And strategically, you might ask the very person you're trying to get, who do you know that looks like this? And you paint the job.
Well, he just said
description
something
there.
really important. I hope you heard him. He said, if you're explaining this job to someone that looks very much like that, but yet where they work isn't giving them that opportunity, what happens? So I just told this to somebody the other day. They were looking for a great admin. I said, well, who's the best closing coordinator on the planet that you know right now? They said, it's blah, 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 who works for blah, blah, blah. So why don't you pick up the phone and call them and say, you know what? I'm looking for an incredible transaction coordinator. And I heard like, you're the best. Could I take you to lunch and pay you $100 to tell me everything you know about being a great transaction coordinator? You know what I'm doing? I'm going to take them to lunch and I'm going to do everything I can to recruit them without recruiting them. That's exactly what you just said. Exactly what it, so, but you have to be super clear on, like what Andrew said, you have to be super clear on what you're looking for. And when you can articulate it in such a way that, you know, I mean, think about it. Who in our business right now probably knows all the agents who are suffering? Well, yeah, team leaders do. Title companies, home inspectors. Like if I was doing like 10 inspections a month and now I'm doing like 2. And when I do the 2, I'm going to be complaining about how horrible my team leader is, you know, blah, blah, blah. Right. I mean, people know. And they also, if they know you, they know how you work and operate, and they would, are they less likely to throw you a dud? If they know who you are and how you work, like the title company knows who you are and how you work, the chances of them recommending a dud to you that's not going to work on your team is slim to none. So it just narrows the field for you, but it narrows the field only if you're super clear on what you're looking for. So being able to create some sort of message or make an offer for immediate response to attract people to you You can only do that if you understand what you're looking for. And then once you understand that, like, who would be the person that would go towards that? See if you can find them. That's going to be way easier. If you can describe it in some sort of narrative form. And it doesn't have to be long. But what, like, do people want to go to debt or go to work for somebody who's like highly in debt, worrying about whether they can make their payments? Everything's going to be, oh my gosh, you spent $20. Like, you know what I mean? But instead, if you can articulate like, hey, we're the fastest growing real estate company in Scottsdale. And oh, by the way, we're debt free, which allows us to move quickly and pivot fast. We're looking for young, blah, 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 blah. So put it out there, whatever it is, because that's who you're going to attract. So you guys think about that. And you look at the job descriptions of all the jobs in Keller Williams, those are great job descriptions, but how can you take it and make somebody want to move towards it? Because having a job description this long and Indeed is probably not going to cut it. So how could you do it? It's no different than what we do in the real estate world. We just have to create a message that people will respond to. And it's not, you know, it's not going to be a recipe card in the mail. You guys laugh, but I get them all the time. And I don't cook anymore. So it just irritates me. So, do you guys know what it is, what you're trying to, who you're trying to attract, what the job title is? Can you spell out your value story? Can you describe the role in a narrative form? Can you provide an overview of the standards you're looking for? The knowledge, skills required for the role, and the compensation. Can compensation change once you interview somebody?
Yeah.
It can always go up, but it probably shouldn't go down compared to what you offered. That's going to be a problem. Right? So did you guys think about that? The job description, there's job descriptions. Well, there's job description on the resource page in Keller Williams for every single job that there is. And like, here's a sample one for a listing agent. So who are we? What are we looking for? What do we do? What are your duties and responsibilities? Like, this might be, you might think this is exhausting to try to create. You don't have to create it. Just go download it from KW and modify it to fit you. That's the easiest thing to do. And they all come down in Word format. So you can modify them super simple. So, but what you have to do, and you can't go download this from anybody, is what's your value? What's your value story? So like, look on your page 40, creating your value story. What's important to you and your team members? What values do you base your business from? What do your victories look like? What's the vision for the organization? Can you articulate the vision? A lot of people can't attract people because they can't even articulate what the vision for the company is. Like, just saying nothing and all of a sudden putting it out there like, hey, you want to come here and work harder for the least amount of money and like be for the rest of your life? Doesn't that sound fun? Right? So what you put in this matters. So what would you guys, if you, based on what you did earlier about who you're looking for, what do you want them to do based on what the vision for your business is and where you want them to take you? What would be your value story? What's going to make you come work for you versus someone else? Because right now, do you think there's plenty of agents to go find that probably would love to work for a company that has leads, coaching and training, admin support, and referrals? Right? Like, if they don't have any of that, that's probably going to be attractive to them. Right? So what would be your value story? Tell me somebody, you guys are all looking for people. Tell me right now, one of you, tell me what your value story would be. Come on, there's no right or wrong answer.
Go ahead, Darren.
We're just practicing here.
Yeah. I would say ours is more from a recruiting standpoint than hiring, right? If we're going that way. I think our value proposition would be for teams that want to grow their business with tools and systems that they can plug into. Like, I think it's that simple. Do you think it needs to be more complex than that?
Okay, so what differentiates you from any other organization that wants to, that has what you just said?
For us, if we're looking at other expansion networks, I would say our difference is you retain 100% ownership of your business and we have a focus on growing your personal wealth.
So you've got to put that in there somewhere. Otherwise you look like everybody else. Like, here's how we're different. We provide this just like everybody else, but here's how we're different. That's what you want to say. How you're different.
I think you are also like the example that as the leader, right? Or the attractor. As the attractor, like, are you attractive? You know, not physically, maybe that helps, but
I get it.
like in terms of the, you know, I think of it this way. Why do I want to be in business with Brett? Well, his lifestyle looks a lot like what I'd like mine to look like, right? And so if
His
he's
little cabin in the woods.
something like that, right? Some of those things. But yeah, it's like when you see that, that is the value. Can I help you become more like me? Well, that only matters or is meaningful
If what you
what
are
I
is
have-
something you want to be like, great,
Exactly.
for sure.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. Do you know what he and I talked about all the way back from Austin? I guess it was maybe like a month ago.
Maybe.
Did he tell you?
No, I don't know, actually.
Guess, if you had to guess, what would it be? What did we talk about all the way back from Austin on a commercial jet?
Ooh. Could it be not flying in a commercial jet?
That's exactly what it was. Exactly what it was. We already picked out the plane. We know how much it's going to cost per hour. We know how much the membership is. We know how many people it will hold. We know all of that. Yeah, because if I could wave a magic wand, then I could change some things in my world. One of them was to be to never fly on a commercial jet again. Okay, so what is my life? How much money do I have to make that happen? And then you break it down. It's really not that hard. So what sits on my desk, Tegan? It does. Right next to a wildebeest. Well, there's one way more efficient than the other and costs a whole lot less money. I'm not that fancy. No, but it's like, be super clear. Like when you break most things down, they aren't nearly as hard. Like, I'll tell you this. So knowing where we want to go in Arizona, and we're knowing that we want to get there in the next 4 years, and we broke it down. When we broke down the numbers for the team leaders, it's like, they're like, well, that's not hard. No, it's not. But when you look at just, we have to get to here. Well, if you want a jet like he's talking about, you better be making 30 million a year. The jet like I'm talking about, well, not a jet. A private plane like I'm talking about, you don't have to make 30 million a year, not even close. So it's all relative and it's all just math. Everything is math. Everything in this world is math. But what he said was so true. Like if I'm driving a beat up car, wearing shoes that look like they've been on my feet for 10 years, and you know, my hair's a mess, and I can't seem to put an outfit together. I know, come work for me, and you can look just like this. Wouldn't that be awesome? You know, that's not going to work, right? You know, and I was in my office yesterday in Lululemon shorts and a hoodie because for another reason. So I'm not saying you have to look like that all the time, but the point is, do you have a lifestyle that somebody wants that you can say, hey, come work with me and you can be this too? That's the difference. The difference I would say between like Brett and me is that he was born way later than me, after me. And so he didn't have to go through what most of us had to go through if you started in real estate in 1984. Because now you can be anywhere you want to be in 5 years. Where I can be in 5 years took me 25 years. It only takes 5 years today. So just make a decision. Where do you want to be? There's no right or wrong or right answer. It's your decision. But if you want to attract smart, hardworking, talented people, then are you emulating that? If you're not, you're going to attract who you are. So you're not going to attract somebody better than who you are. That's for darn sure. So Tegan's giving me like the high sign. Yeah. So yes, thank you, Tegan. So if you look at page 40, I want you guys to work on this tonight. Your value story, what it looks like for you. What are you gonna do to attract people into your world? Do you say, come be like me and you can make $50,000 a year for the rest of your life too? Or does it mean, come be like me, let me just explain to you how I've accumulated a net worth of X and I've never had to pay taxes on any of the properties I've owned. And no, I'm not going to jail. When I gave that presentation a couple months ago, Don, you and your wife were in the room. And I said, how many of you would believe that I could amass this much assets? And on those particular assets, I've never paid one dime to the federal government and federal to income tax. Any of you believe I'm a cheater? You know what the guy in front row said? Yes. I said, no. No, the more money you make, the less taxes you will pay. People who earn a lot of money and never invest in anything are going to pay the most taxes on the planet. So if you were somebody that was young and you wanted to amass some wealth so that you could actually have wake up money, meaning you get to wake up every day and do whatever you want to do because you've amassed some wealth and you've amassed some passive income that allows you to do that. And I could teach you how to do that in a short period of time. Like, what did I show you? I showed you guys 5 years. If I could show you how to do that in 5 years, would you want to come to work with me? Because you can, it's not hard. And I'm actually giving that presentation next week at Mega Camp. So the point is that you have to be, it's kind of like dating. You're going to attract some super attractive guy when you're out of shape and you don't, you know what I'm saying. You're not. So you have to decide. So tonight I want you to decide, what's your value proposition? What are you going to do to attract somebody to come work with you, or someone to come work in your organization, or somebody to be part of your bigger world? You have to decide. And it really a lot of it depends on who you are, right? And sometimes I get mad because all this, Gary Keller wasn't around, well, he was around, but not in my world. I lived in Timbuktu. And real estate wasn't done that way. Do you guys realize what a gift you guys have been given to be your age? And you can basically do whatever you want and be wherever you want to be in 5 years. And it's legit. You just have to be around the right people. That's all. You have to be around the right people. So, ahas from today.
I really like Melissa's point about how do you know when your time is maxed out or not? It's like when you're reactive versus proactive.
I
Like,
love
that's
that
such an
too.
easy way to know.
That was awesome. Great insight. What others? Ahas from today. Jim.
Great organization, great hires.
Create a great organization and great hires will seek you out.
Yep. True. You know, when I gave that presentation a couple of months ago, I don't know, maybe it's just a month ago, you know, I had people come up to me and like, I wish I had known that. I said, but you know now. You know now. So what are you going to do with it today? And that's the thing. You have to take action on it. Once you know, it cannot become unknowable. So what are you going to do? What are you going to do? Two more ahas from today. Vanessa.
I liked what David said. He said, don't let me waste your first 30 days.
I love
and
that.
to use their fresh perspective. That was an aha for me that I'd never thought about.
That was perfect. I say it differently. I love the way David says it better. I say it like double down and throw the work on them in the first 30 days and see if they can take the heat. I love the way he says it better.
When you said pay to where you are going, not to where you're at.
Yeah.
Pretty big.
Yeah. Most of us hire for where we are. It's just natural. If you know where you're going, hire for going where you're going. Okay, so Tegan, what are the orders for tomorrow? Time, place?
Same time, same place, same Kristen, spicy as ever. And we'll see you back here tomorrow.
Homework, don't forget your homework.
KP doesn't cover emotional.